Today I have to be Iron Lady because time is ticking away and we have to catch the train of global winning. So please, 1 second, okay. You know, we are here to talk about Europe. Europe's ability to scale up its best companies to global level. You know, I just got back last night from Katowice in Poland, where the European Basketball Championship is taking its place. And once again, I got a business lesson from sports. You know, our champions, individual talents like Luka Doncic, can be perfect, and he is perfect. We have to admit it. But even he cannot win a European championship alone. He needs a full team, coaches, strategy, and of course, support. It is exactly the same with Europe's business talents. Brilliant founders and innovators can't go global on their own. They need the right support, capital, markets, and partners to really win on the world stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning. Welcome to the very first Future 500 Forum, live from Hotel Rose in Bled, powered by IEDC, Bled School of Management, and Bled Strategic Forum. Today, we are opening a big question. How can Europe accelerate the emergence of its future global business champions? What is Future 500? We can say it is a pan-European platform. Its mission to identify, empower, promote the most promising scale-ups from across Europe. It connects companies, capital, markets, and institutions. It moves us from a startup mindset to competing on global markets. Dear guests, picture Europe as an orchestra of world-class soloists. We have innovators, we have business leaders, companies, company founders, we have researchers. But to go on world tour, we need a conductor of scale-up. To tempo of capital, access the markets, regulations, and talents. Because we are living in time when geopolitical challenges are testing our economic resilience. Europe faces the challenge of fast US capital markets, America's ability to attract top global talent and exit deals too often take our best companies overseas. On the other hand, we have the global getaway, European partnership that opening doors to over 140 countries and mobilize important resources for infrastructure, innovation, and new markets. So, today's playbook is simple. Capital plus partnership plus diplomacy and leadership is faster scale-up. So, dear guests, our first speaker will frame today's forum and its importance. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Peter Grk, Director of the Bled Strategic Forum. Hello. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be quite quick because I have a little side event happening in Festivalna Dvorana in a short while. And whenever I see Prime Minister Rama, I said, oh my God, another Bled Strategic Forum is coming, you know. When we started talking with Stjepan, and we met at different occasions all around the Europe, talking about the need for Europe to start implementing things that have been written down, you know, and we discussed and we came to a realization that Europe or European Union, we are very good at writing papers. We wrote so many papers that, probably half of the forests in Sweden were cut down for these papers. We have a Letta report. We have a Draghi report. We have former Finnish minister's report. All these reports say one thing, and it's funny, they all agree that Europe needs to become more competitive in order to matter. So far, so good. And I think here everybody who is in this room understands this. So technically, it shouldn't be hard. You take the Draghi report, you see the recommendations, and you implement it. Politically, not so much. I mean, you have to realize the European Union is a sui generis organization of 27 member states who sometimes have different views on how we should move forward. While this is in a vacuum quite good, I would say, because 27 voices coming to a compromise on how to move forward, this is usually the compromise is good, as we saw in the past. The problem is that meanwhile we were writing papers, the world tremendously changed, totally. It went to a total different direction where, it's very hard to grasp what the future is going to look like. And this is why Europe, if it wants to matter, if we want to preserve the life that we have been living until now, and I think you would all agree this life is probably something best which was discovered in the history of humankind, then we have to adapt. We don't have to adapt tomorrow, we have to adapt today. So we talked with Stjepan how to actually go from writing papers to actually doing something meaningful. And because he's such a clever guy and a guy with an initiative, he came up again with a paper, but this one was small. I think it was 3 pages, where he said, Peter, I want to do something. I want to try and bring together the best that this region, but also Eastern Europe, can master together in terms of businesses, in terms of thinkers, and try to see how we can help Europe become more competitive. So this is why you are gathered here today. I hope that this is not just a one-time event, that this is something of a start of a process which is going to help understand political elites in the European Union, that only united, that only together we can matter in this world. And I hope that this process, which we started today, is going to be heard also in Brussels, but not just in Brussels, but also in Washington. Transatlantic partnership, this is why Atlantic Council is also here, is important for us. It has its problems, it has its issues, not necessarily by Europe's doing, but on a long run, transatlantic partnerships makes us stronger and makes us more powerful. So with this, I would like to thank EADC, Stjepan, Jorn, and everybody else who contributed to the start of this event. I'm really looking forward to the debates, and I also hope to see you in the afternoon at the beginning of the Bled Strategic Forum. So thank you very much, and good luck.
And thank you, Mr. Grk, for this introduction. The growth of champions is, of course, two-way street, state framework and corporate responsibility. The question is, how can the state help global champions grow, and how can these champions give back to national economy? This will be highlighted by the next speaker, the Minister of Economy, Tourism and Sport, Mr. Matjaž Han. Welcome.
Spoštovane gospe, spoštovani gospodje, drage kolegice, kolegi, imenitni gostje v prvi vrsti, nič manj imenitni gostje v zadnji vrsti. Dobrodošli tu na Bledu, dobrodošli v srcu prelepe Slovenije, kjer se danes srečuje vizija, kjer se danes srečuje ideja, predvsem pa pogum, ki ga ta moment tudi Evropa potrebuje. To je prostor, kjer bomo skupaj iskali, gospe in gospodje, odgovore na eno najpomembnejših vprašanj današnje Evrope. Kako lahko iz majhnih podjetij ustvarimo globalne prvake, nekih je že v tej dvorani, in kako ti prvaki lahko oblikujejo naše gospodarstvo in tudi seveda našo prihodnost. Slovenija je sicer majhna država, toda majhnost ni omejitev, če imaš seveda velike ambicije. Pravzaprav pogosto velja, da prav majhni narodi, gospe in gospodje, razvijajo najdrznejše ideje, ker se zavedajo, da nimajo druge izbire, ker se zavedajo, ker želijo biti hitrejši, predvsem bolj inovativni in, kar je najbolj pomembno, bolj povezani. Danes smo priča globalni tekmi. Kdo bo seveda oblikoval prihodnost umetne inteligence, biotehnologije, kdo bo oblikoval vesoljske tehnologije, predvsem pa vprašajmo se, kaj bo z zeleno tehnologijo. Tekma je zahtevna, je tudi odprta, ampak verjamem, da moja domovina Slovenija je lahko na nek način tudi del te tekme. Najprej pa moramo seveda priznati si nekaj čisto osnovnega. Da podjetniki gradijo podjetja, vlade gradijo okolje, sicer se nam ne najbolj posred zmeram, ampak vseeno, naša naloga kot vlade pa je, da zagotovimo pogoje, v katerih lahko te ideje, ki jih podjetniki imajo, tudi rastejo. To pomeni enostavnejše in pa seveda hitrejše administrativne postopke, dostop do financiranja za start-upe, za scale-upe, povezovanje seveda z globalnimi investitorji, ter seveda, kar je najbolj pomembno v teh časih, močno podporo raziskavam in inovacijam. S tem ciljem Slovenija v tem letu namenja čez 649 milijonov evrov spodbud, 334 milijonov subvencij, 314 milijonov pa za povratnih spodbud v obliku posojil, garancij in tako naprej. Na tem mestu bi povedal, da naše ministrstvo je podprlo 1200 podjetij, omogočilo 340 delovnih mest in pa sofinanciralo več kot 200 raziskovalnih razvojnih projektov. To niso samo številke, grobe številke, ampak so zgodbe ljudi, ki spreminjajo, gospe in gospodje, prihodnost. Za leto seveda 26 pripravljamo nove ukrepe, tako nepovratne kot povratne, spodbude iz evropskih in pa tudi seveda iz domačega proračuna oziroma integralnih sredstev. Predvsem povratnih spodbud bo v prihodnje letu še bistveno več za gospodarstvo in razvoj, garancije za bančne kredite, kombiniranih posojil in še nekaterih drugih ukrepov. In ravno prejšnji teden smo na vladi sprejeli načrt izvajanja dveh velikih posojilnih skladov za prihodnje leto, dvakrat po 500 milijonov, ki sta namenjena za večje vlaganje podjetij, pa seveda za ohranitev in krepitev odpornosti gospodarstva. Dovolite mi pa, da vendarle izpostavim nekaj izjemnih primerov slovenskih podjetij in posameznikov, ki dokazujejo, da je preboj mogoč. Naštel bom samo 3, lahko bi naštel kar nekaj časa, ampak naj mi bo dovoljeno. Marko Pleško in njegovo podjetje Kozji lap sta globalna zgodba o uspehu. Iz Slovenije vodijo razvoj vrhunskih kontrolnih sistemov za jedrske pospeševalnike, vesoljskih misij in medicinsko diagnostiko. Kozji lap preprosto dokazuje tisto, kar si tudi jaz osebno želim, da iz majhnega trga ustvarimo podjetje, ki bo igralo pomembno vlogo na globalnem odru. Enako dobra zgodba, pomembna zgodba za Slovenijo je zgodba Jureta Kneza in podjetja Devesoft. Njihovi inovativni merilni sistemi se uporabljajo po vsem svetu, od vesoljskih raziskav do avtomobilske industrije, in Devesoft seveda na nek način dokazuje, da ustvarja nova delovna mesta, na nek način pa tudi dokazuje, kako lahko znanje, vztrajnost, tudi strbolj in pogum ustvarjajo globalno prepoznavnost. Ne moremo pa, dragi moji, mimo naše tudi slovenske zgodbe, profesor Jureta Leskovca v Stanfordu, enega najvidnejših raziskovalcev na področju umetne inteligence in podatkovne znanosti. Jaz sem imel priliko na podiumu se pogovarjati z gospodom Leskovcem. Strah me je ratal, ampak okej. Takšni posamezniki, gospe in gospodje, povezujejo Slovenijo v najnaprednejšimi raziskovalnimi ekosistemi po svetu. In na to smo seveda Slovenci lahko ponosni. Imamo podium, ki je seveda platforma, ki povezuje regionalni inovacijski prostor od Baltika do Balkana, od Dunaja do tem. In to je tudi naše izhodišče za tako imenovane evropske inovacije. In zdaj smo danes tukaj. Vloga Future 500 in Evrope. Najprej gospodu Oreškoviču hvala lepa za vse, kar delate. Future 500, ki ga danes začenjamo, je točno tisto, kar Slovenija, kar tudi Evropa potrebuje. Povezovanje vizionarjev in povezovanje kapitala. Naš cilj mora biti jasen. Ustvariti evropske prvake, ki ne tekmujejo samo v Ljubljani ali pa v Berlinu, ampak tudi v New Yorku, Tokiu in pa tudi v Singapurju. Pri tem pa ne tekmujejo drug proti drugem, tekmujejo skupaj, mogoče prehuda beseda, proti svetu. Potrebujemo evropske instrumente za financiranje, potrebujemo manj administracije, lažjo regulacijo, predvsem pa rabimo močno povezovanje med podjetji, med raziskovalnimi ustanovami in pa tudi seveda med vladami. Dragi imenitni, pomembni gostje, Slovenija ima znanje. Slovenija ima ljudi in Slovenija ima tudi ideje. Na koncu naj povem to. Slovenija ni majhna, oziroma je majhna, ampak malo sem ponosen na Slovenijo pa. Ampak Slovenija ni nepomembna. Slovenija je pomembna evropska država. In naša prihodnost je tudi v tem, da nas mogoče kdo podcenjuje, da smo majhni, ampak smo, gospe in gospodje, Slovenke in Slovenci agilni in dovolj povezani, da smo lahko most med jugom in severom, vzhodom in zahodom Evrope. Zato vas pozivam, spoštovane podjetnice, podjetniki, pomembni odločevalci. Povežimo se, gradimo partnerstva, ne se deliti po ideološki plati, verjamemo v potencial slovenskih in evropskih podjetij in ustvarimo prihodnost, kjer bodo naši globalni prvaki oblikovali gospodarstva, v katerem se vsi skupaj želimo živeti. Vse to je misija Future 500 in zaradi tega je tudi na našem ministrstvu in seveda tudi vlada podpira. Hvala vam lepa za vse, kar ste do zdaj naredili in verjamem v dobro zgodbo naše prelepe domovine Slovenije. Hvala lepa in srečno.
Thank you, Mr. Matjaž Han. Well, we are maybe small, but we are big, but maybe we are not hungry enough. We hear your message. Government can set the stage for growth and companies turn into the real power, maybe superpower of the economy. But let's be honest, none of this work, what we heard, unless companies themselves are hungry. So we have to have some big dreams and bigger than borders, bigger than comfort zones. Which brings us to the next big question. How do we scale faster through partnerships? Europe competes with the speed of American capital markets, but at the same time, Europe has global gateway, partnerships in 140 plus countries with 80 billion euros financial framework for markets, infrastructure, and innovation. So, dear guests, the floor is given by Josef Sikala, European Commissioner for International Partnership. Welcome to the stage.
So, let me be big. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, I'm really honored to join you today for the official launch of the Future 500 Forum. And let me thank to IEDC, Bled School of Management, the Atlantic Council, and the Bled Strategic Dialogue for organizing this event. And let me thank also to my Slovenian part of my cabinet and DG for bringing me to this marvelous place. The Bled Strategic Forum has always been the birthplace of great ideas. It is only fitting that we launch here the European platform that will help the most promising scale-ups and SMEs turn their excellent ideas into global success. Innovation and entrepreneurship are not only about profit. The progress they spark is a powerful force that drives our societies and economies forward. There is a recent example from Europe that I would like to talk about a little bit more. In the 1990s, two doctors from Germany were struggling to care for their cancer patients. They were doctors by day and researchers by night. In the day, they often witnessed patients in pain and felt powerless to help them. At night, in their labs, they found inklings of hope, ways the science and technology could be used to develop new therapies. But getting these innovations from the lab bench to the bedside was a problem. Large pharmaceutical companies don't like to invest in risky early phase research. So, in desperate effort to help their patients, they decided to found their own company, BioNTech. The rest, as they say, is history. In 2020, BioNTech partnered with Pfizer to develop the world's first COVID-19 vaccine using their mRNA platform and help the world to turn the page on the pandemic. Dear colleagues, this is just one example of the impact European innovation and entrepreneurship can have. The EU hopes to nurture many more, and the Global Gateway can contribute to that. As a Commissioner for International Partnership, I have been in charge of developing this strategy. So let me tell you a little bit more about it. Put simply, it is the EU strategy to turn development cooperation into strategic, sustainable investment and new opportunities for Europe. In recent years, the challenges facing the world have intensified. Conflicts have increased. Political tension have risen. The consequences of climate change have grown more dire. The global competition for influence is intensifying. Our competitors are becoming more assertive, more aggressive, our allies more uncertain. In this competitive and interconnected environment, Europe must take dramatic action. We must boost our autonomy, strengthen our role in the sustainable and digital economies, and protect our core values: freedom, human rights, and rule of law. But we cannot do this alone. We need strong, strategic, and reliable partnerships. This is the idea behind Global Gateway, launched by President von der Leyen in 2021. It aims to mobilize 300 billion euros of sustainable investments in 5 sectors: digital, energy, transport, health, and education and research. 3 elements set Global Gateway apart. First, our 360-degree approach. We go beyond hard infrastructure, linking investments with regulation, technology transfer, and skills. In short, we invest in ecosystems that last. Second, Team Europe. We combine the resources of European Union institutions, 27 member states, their development banks, and private sector. No other global actor can match this depth and breadth. Third, public-private partnership. We know public funds alone can't close the global infrastructure gap. Some $4 trillion annually. So we focus on creating the right conditions for the private sector to invest with us. Now, as with any large transformative strategy, it begs the question, what does Global Gateway mean in practice? Let me give you one example. A new green iron plant in Namibia, which I will personally visit in a few weeks. This project produces clean iron sponge, the key input for steelmaking, using renewable hydrogen instead of coal. In its final stage, it will produce up to 1 million tons of green iron every year, cutting nearly 2 million tons of CO2 emissions. But it is more than a climate project. With our support, it is helping Namibia build an entire value chain around green hydrogen and create tens of thousands of jobs. To make this possible, we are linking industry with education. We work with Namibian universities, vocational institutions, and private companies to train the next generation of workers. The plant is being developed by a consortium of German engineering firms and Namibian partners backed by the EU, Germany, and the Netherlands under our Global Gateway strategy. More than 60 companies, many of them SMEs, are already involved. This is just one of, whether it's building the world's tallest green dam, Rogun in Tajikistan, laying subsea fiber optic cables between Europe and Africa, or turning seaweed waste into an economic opportunity across the Caribbean. Global Gateway is investing in a more sustainable future, a future powered by innovation. This, of course, brings me to you, Europe's entrepreneurs and innovators. Business large and small, is a key stakeholder of the Global Gateway. From green energy firms to digital startups, your expertise and investment are vital to our shared success. We are here to support you. On the financing side, Team Europe uses grants, concessional loans, and guarantees to reduce barriers for companies to participate in Global Gateway. We share the risk, making initiatives more viable and scalable. Our approach also includes working hand in hand with financial institutions such as the European Investment Bank or other multilateral development banks. They bring expertise and proven track record. Together, we make sure every project meets environmental, social, and governance standards while still offering a clear return. We facilitate connections too through EU trade and business chambers as well as regular business forums. We bring together governments, investors, and entrepreneurs. And we work with stakeholders to promote the uptake of research breakthroughs by businesses. For instance, in the agri-food sector, the EU has supported around 600 innovations taken up by farmers. Through partnership, we've strengthened more than 150 agri-food value chains in 45 countries, involving around 1,400 SMEs. You can find information on all these resources by visiting the Global Gateway Business Opportunities webpage. To further support the European businesses' involvement in the Global Gateway, we are developing a new dedicated platform that will guide projects' proposals, selection, structuring, and implementation. We will introduce it at the Global Gateway Forum in Brussels in October. So stay tuned. Dear colleagues, the theme from the Bled Strategic Forum this year is Runaway World. In a world that feels increasingly off track, it's clear the innovation and entrepreneurship must be the part of the solution. Let's make the Forum 500, the Future 500 Forum, a catalyst for collaboration, for investments, and for change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sikela, for sending a clear signal. Partnerships are not an option. They are a mechanism for markets, capital, and trust, and of course, global winning. Time is ticking away. We are in a hurry, so we have to move on. The next speaker comes from a country which is like innovation hub. It has excellent AI business model. So I'm pleased to welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of Albania, His Excellency Edi Rama, and the founder of Future 500, Mr. Stjepan Orešković. Welcome to the stage.
Your Excellency Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. You are always a guarantee that there will be attention. And I think we can agree about American politicians one thing. They are not boring. And we have a Prime Minister here who is really among few in Europe that is really also not boring.
I hope not for the same reasons as them.
I said we can agree one thing about American.
Yeah.
So let's start with something that I think it's important for everyone in the room for the various reasons. When you read Draghi's report, it's a good document, but reading it carefully, you would find two things inside. And usually the most important things are those that are missing. What is missing is the report does not mention a single time a word entrepreneur. And then another topic, the report mentions only once Central and Eastern Europe. And the Central and Eastern Europe was in last 10 years the strongest engine of growth, outpacing other parts of Europe double, 2 times. So when I was listening to you all these years, reading and following, and we met first 2005 in your office when you became a mayor, I was always wondering why you politicians and also countries from Central and Eastern Europe are so submissive when talking with Brussels and with big powers. And you are the example of not being submissive. I was sometimes wondering this guy would never enter in EU because how he talks with the Brussels. So can you comment on that first?
Well, it's quite complex question you put me. But I want to say that when it comes to us and to me representing my country, it's a bit different because, for example, if the Slovenian Prime Minister would say whatever he thinks about Brussels, I don't know exactly what he thinks, by the way, but whatever he thinks, he has a lot to lose. We don't. And so we have to be very open, and on the other hand, beyond what we say and beyond what we express, our loyalty is never questioned. So we are somehow Western Talibans in Albania, and we follow because we have a clear idea of our size, of our weight, and also of our challenges. As Europeans, we want to be free and we want to express freely what we think. But then when it comes to following Europe, we are very, very loyal followers. And by the way, for example, our foreign policy is 100% aligned with the EU foreign policy since ages, and we have never wavered and never even questioned, because we are somehow blind when it comes to loyalty, and we have been so with everyone, with the Ottomans, with the Soviets, with the Chinese. When we say we are with you all the way, and I'm sure that we'll be with EU even if EU will disappear. So it's a matter of loyalty. And then when it comes to the Central Eastern Europe, I want to believe that the report saw Europe as a whole and didn't want to separate. I want to believe, but maybe I'm wrong. So I think that bottom line, when it comes to these initiatives, to the initiative of yours, and to our relation with the entrepreneurs in general in Europe and in our country, there is a problem of in 2 layers, I guess. First is always the problem of looking at the entrepreneurs like not like complementary, but like contradictory to what the state and what the government has to do. And the second layer, which is even more problematic and more dangerous for the future, is that unlike in the United States or in other realities, we are not used in Europe to have an entrepreneurial state. So basically we are all about more money from the budget, more spending, more debt, more money, more spending, more debt, more money, more spending. And when there is no much to do with the debt, then we we are blocked. Instead, we have to do everything to give to the institutions, the ministries, the whole executive power, the message that they also have to behave in an entrepreneurial way, and they have to join the entrepreneurs and together make money for them, for their own interests, and the institutions for the public interests.
Couldn't agree more, because if you look, China and United States, it's a kind of different story. They are our competitors, but it's the same story. Entrepreneurs and scientists are the guys that are the most important, unless the president don't like them. But we had a dinner with Marta Kos yesterday night, and she was mentioning Albania as one of real favorites to join EU very soon. It was Chatham House rule, so let me not quote when, but it's definitely very soon. So, briefly, what would you bring to the table as Albania?
Well, you could quote when, because at the end Marta wants to do it, but
yes.
Let's hope that the others will agree with Marta when the moment comes. And this is not obvious, because at the end of the day, Europe is like a patient with 27 doctors, all pathologists, by the way, which makes it even more complicated to address the problems in every organ. So. And going back to the Chinese, there is something positive in that, I believe. Not in the sense that they don't like the entrepreneurs, but in the sense that their tradition, thousands of years, is very clear about that. So even 2,000 years before, in China, politics and business were separated in the sense that business people were not allowed to make politics and to enter in politics and to be politicians. Not bad. On the other hand, I believe that we are on the right track. I believe that thanks to Vladimir Putin, we are closer to enter the European Union, because if, unfortunately, the war of aggression in Ukraine would not have happened, I don't believe that Europe would have woken up to turn the words in deeds, because they always said, your future is in Europe, your future is in Europe, and in a moment in time became like the blue version of the red communist version. Our future is in heaven, our future is in heaven, but in the meantime we have to endure hell. So this changed, and now it's up to us to do our job, and not for Europe, but for us. Because I always say what I have always believed, that the most beneficial part of entering this family of countries and states is that it makes you change for good. So it's easy to be inside and to say, oh, but why you want to come in? It's so difficult, it's so this, so that. It's a bit like the marriage, no? But until you marry, you fight for it like hell. And whoever is married and tells you, hey, take it easy, it's not what you expect, it doesn't make you change your mind. So I would say to everyone that is within the European Union to try and be more happy with, because it's a very good place, everyone is. And for sure, the problems in Europe are not related to the fact that Europe is a union, but to the fact that the union needs to be stronger and that many things have to change. So the pathologists have to a bit specialize, and then one should be the cardiologist, one should be the God forbid oncologist, and so on and so further. So to have whole union that takes care very well of the whole body of the patient. Otherwise, it will be an unavoidable decline.
Yeah, we would definitely love to see both you and Albania in Brussels and in EU. I was watching my wife when he was commenting about marriage and EU because she's my partner in the company, and I think she agrees, but our marriage is better than EU.
But because she is part in the company.
Yeah, exactly.
Being in the company and in the marriage makes the company better and the marriage better. Because when you want to escape marriage, you go to the company. When you leave the company, you go to the marriage.
Thank you.
Imagine to be in a marriage, you are in a company, she's at home.
Yeah.
Then you would be.
I would end up being without company and without marriage.
So you are the best.
But
you are the best example for Europe to be all together and to be all entrepreneurial.
Thank you. That's a good formula.
Yeah.
I have a friend. I have a friend, professor of pathology, and we were sitting together and mobile was ringing, and she said, "Oh, patient is calling me." I said, "Really?" She deals with the dead patients only. So let's move to entrepreneurship and Albania and what you do differently. We read, it was a really big story about Mira Murati, Albanian diaspora, leaving OpenAI and going entrepreneurial, what is always a big move. Being CEO is a nice thing. Very few people go out and do company and then survive. But what was different is then when she was starting, you step up. It was January or February, I think, this year. Now, only few months later, creative labs have valuation of $8 or $9 billion. What's your philosophy in doing that? Why you think?
Listen, in this case, it came very, very simply as an idea to make some money, and so we said it's a good idea to invest very, very little money compared to the whole sum, and I would not spend your time to tell you what the nightmare was to get this money out from the budget. You can't imagine. Oh, it's a risk. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Oh, it's how we can. So a whole nightmare. But finally, we did, and now it seems that we have more money than we had when we invested. But what we are trying to do is to push the institutions and to push the ministries themselves to think in terms of making money. For example, with this nightmare of rearming and this buzz of putting more and more money for defense, it has become incredible. You know, you have all the time requests from companies all over Europe coming and saying, we have some great cars to sell, we have some great drones to sell, we have some great radars to sell, we have some great shoes to sell. It's like a big bazaar because the entrepreneur side has understood that there are some money, so let's sell. And I said, no, we are not going to sell, we're not going to buy anything we should produce in the country. So make joint ventures, and we are telling everyone, you want to come and to buy, very well. Come, invest with us. The defense department will be part of it, and then we share the profit. Of course, you take more, we take less, but we share the profit. Or, for example, when it comes to the further step on digitalization and with the AI, we cannot have anymore an agency of innovation that is state, and the innovation happens in the private sector, of course. So now the agency is transforming in a space where the private people can be part of it, can enter and can use what is our biggest wealth, which is data, to work together with us and produce models. So this is the way we are trying to do things. There is nothing extraordinary, by the way. So when I come here to Slovenia, I understand immediately why you all complain, because everything is perfect. So your biggest enemy is boredom. While we have to fight, because there are many things that we are missing. So if we go through a list, what you have here and what you have there, you'll see you are really in a very good place. But if we go through a neurologist, you are far more depressed than us. And this, I don't know how you cure, but please, not with American-like politicians, please.
Thank you. The last question, because we, in a natural way, and we are not following any script for this interview, you understand, because it's impossible. It would be stupid to prepare a script to talk with Edi Rama. But the last question is the following, because you came in a natural way to Future 500. What we don't want to do is what Europe is now doing, is finding a way to subsidize and finance the industry that are dying and should be wiped away, even through defense ideas, instead of doing what China and US is doing, feeding hungry young men, what was the title of the article of Nobel Prize winner saying, we should always find a way to create and support the guys that will create new values. That's what happened with US and China last 2 decades, and Europe was just healing the wounds. So how you see, you described what you are doing in Albania, but how you see opening the parallel highway for those that are coming and creating future, instead of feeding people that are bored, and Europe is bored, I agree, and Europe is without energy, and that's our biggest problem, while we have people that are hungry, that are not bored, but not systemically supported.
Well, it's another complex question, but to start with my natural coming here, I didn't know what is Future 500 until I arrived. I came very naturally to Bled, because since I came first time, I liked it very much, and coming to Bled is like the summer is really over, and the hard part of life is really starting. Not in Slovenia. For everyone that comes to Bled, it's like in Slovenia. What are you doing for a living yourself? Politician. Yeah, it's not the best thing to do in Slovenia. I agree, because what you risk to do more damage than to do good, because it's so great. But
don't touch.
But better don't touch. You know, I'm sure if yeah. So I saw that we had to leave at 6 in the morning. I said, why we are leaving at 6 in the morning? You know, what happened to Bled? And they said, you have to be Future 500. What is Future 500? And then I was told, and I didn't postpone the flight. So this is true. And talking about China, America, and Europe, again, I think they are states. Europe is a federation in making, and imagine United States if they had 27 of these funny congressmen running United States, what would have been? But no, it's not. Imagine China and so on. So
it won't be in God we trust, but God save us.
So, yeah. So I think the main problem of Europe is what direction will take. It will deepen its own way of becoming United States of Europe, or it will split in many little parts, and then everyone will choose whose satellite to become, because there is no chance that splitting and getting out of that big club to have some glorious story than just to become the satellite of others. So this is a big question that I don't have the answer. But on the other hand, Europe is the most incredible machine of bureaucracy and of administration, which can be a good thing. But on the other hand, the overproduction of regulations before even something starts. So in America, they invent the open AI, and in Europe they invent the regulation when someone will come and dare to go in the same direction. So this practically makes Europe much more difficult as an environment for business, much more articulated when it comes in terms of regulation, but it's a balance that Europe should find. And the last thing I want to say is that, when you see this world growing and moving in a very fast speed outside of our European realm, you really wonder, why Europe is not there, why Europe was not in Tianjin, why Europe is not in Brazil. I understand why. But maybe this answer should be prepared in a different way, because the fact that we have different opinions about the way of living is not a reason to close off and to say, if you want to become our friend, you have to live like us. Because like that, we risk to have less and less friends, and at the end to even lose our way of living. So we need to preserve our way of living with pride and with all we can, but to be much more open to the world and to be what Europe has always been, the crossroad of where everyone wanted to pass by, not a castle where you are seen through many, many filters, to even have the chance of friendship. We can be friends without being strategic, allies for future wars. And this will avoid even wars, because turning Europe from a project of peace in a project of war, I don't think is really the way, because being 27 states and arming ourselves, God forbid, if the enemy will show up, we'll start to look at each other and try our weapons if they work or not. So this might be a room for reflection. But all this being said, after the speaking there is the doing, and in the doing I lead an army of Western European Talibans, always with Europe, whatever it takes.
Thank you.
never disappointing. I think we can end with what you just said, or almost said. We don't want Europe of small satellites. Let's create a big spaceship.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Edi Rama, and thank you, Mr. Orešković. You are superpower and very meaningful of this first event, Future 500 Forum, and you are human, not ChatGPT or bot or holograms. So thank you very much. We can all agree that your interview underlines a simple truth. When government is proactive, companies move faster. From local excellency to global flagship, and that is a winning combination. So, dear guests, we move forward, and now we move to our first roundtable discussion, and the main question is, how does private capital enable the growth of Europe's champions? This panel is moderated by Alexandra Vacru, who will invite her guests to the stage. Mrs. Alexandra, where are you? Hello, the stage is yours.
Panelists, please come to the stage. Yes, you're first. Come on. It's okay. I'll find you wherever you're sitting.
Am I the first man?
Yes, I think so. Wait. No. Next panel. Ingo. Robert, yes. Alex.
He's only on the second panel.
Yes, it's okay. We'll make him speak twice. Thank you so much. We're on an extremely tight schedule here. So let me get started and do what Prime Minister Rama suggested, which is after speaking, there is the doing. So let's start with the doing. And please welcome my first panel, Banking on Growth. Here, we're going to start the conversation about how commercial banks and private equity funds can better identify, finance, and scale high-growth ventures across Southeast and Central Europe. Future 500 is meant to be a mechanism that connects Europe's most promising companies with the capital they need to go global. But the post-Series A gap is real. Many companies from South and Central Europe have struggled to access late-stage financing, especially compared with their peers in the United States or in Asia. So what we're going to talk about here today is how can Europe's financial institutions lead the next wave of scale-up success? I'm going to ask each of our panelists a question, which they'll have 3 to 4 minutes to answer, and I'll be very draconian in cutting you off, just so you know. Don't take it personally. And then we'll have a lightning round with a quick question for everyone. So let me start with Ingo. Ingo Bleier, as Chief Corporate and Markets Officer, you lead Este Group's strategic activities across corporate banking and capital markets in Central and Eastern Europe. What can regional commercial banks do to identify and back Europe's scale-up champions, especially beyond the startup phase?
All right. Can you hear me properly? Thanks for having me here. Supporting this initiative, I think, is one of the things we can do. Banks have vast pools of capital that are mostly devoted to lending. And you will find a lot of bankers hiding behind Basel 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a lot of other regulatory constraints in telling you that it's difficult to allocate equity. That's not true. We can allocate equity, and we probably should allocate way more equity to seed finance, venture capital, and private equity activities. We as a group, we're investing directly into companies, early stage venture capital. We put a lot of money into venture capital, private equity funds, but it is a very small portion of our overall activities, which are traditionally mostly focused on lending. So I think it's a lot on us to devote more capital. But capital is only one thing. The other one is time and effort. Taking time here, taking time to speak to entrepreneurs, as was mentioned, Time to really make sure that we utilize our vast client base to have entrepreneurs connect with each other. And here I think with modern technology, it should be possible to do this in a way more efficient way going forward. And then to devote management time. In which sense? I think we have a lot of experience because we see what goes wrong. Our workout departments are full of very established, entrepreneurs and companies that have at some point financial difficulties. So with all the knowledge and experience that banks have, the coaching, the mentoring we can do to young companies can be very, very strong. We don't do enough of this. So as Eddie Rama said before, getting something out of the budget, in our case, capital management time, is quite an internal struggle. But by supporting this and similar initiatives, I think we will be getting there. So devoting more capital, effort, management time to identify and back up companies is, I think, what we should do. And at Erste, if you go into a program called Erste Forward, on our website, you will find some of those things. Seed starter programs, venture capital investments. But I think we can step up that effort massively. Not only our group, but in general banks. And whenever banks, they love it, hide behind regulation, challenge them.
Thank you. Robert Knorr, as managing partner at Mid-Europa Partners, you're a leading private equity investor in the region, and you've scaled several companies into European success stories. What are the biggest opportunities that you see now for post-growth capital companies, and how can private equity step in earlier? If you could please also give a specific example from Mid-Europa of a success story, that would be great.
Sure. First, let me tell you, I'm very, very pleased to be here in Slovenia. We started Mid-Europa 26 years ago this year. I was there from day one, and actually one of our first deals, first projects was in Slovenia. We invested at a relatively early stage for who we are, what kind of investor we are in Telemach. It was an entrepreneurial project backed up by a few Slovenian entrepreneurs and also some Slovenian corporates, as Slovenia works in a more cohesive way across different players. They allowed a foreign private equity fund to invest in a minority stake. Over time, we took a majority stake, and this is an example of scaling up. It was basically a consolidation of a cable TV industry in Slovenia as an alternative to Slovenia Telecom, which was then the only offer of telecom services of internet. Not only Telemach has become a very important player in Slovenia, but through a number of acquisitions and investing in growth, we have created a company across the space of the former Yugoslavia, which has become to be known as United Group. Then we sold it. Our job as private equity investors is to invest in companies, to scale them up, to improve them, and then to sell them to the next buyer, who then scales them up further. And indeed, that particular company have gone beyond the borders of the former Yugoslavia into Bulgaria, into Greece, has become a major player in its industry in this region. I just want to say that when we first invested in Telemach back in 2000, that was an investment of only 20 million euros. At that time, it was a lot, but it was a small investment. We merged it then with SBB in Serbia, created United Group. We sold the company in 2014 to a big private equity firm, global private equity firm called KKR, for 1 billion euro. Well, that company, United Group, today has 1 billion or more than 1 billion euro of EBITDA, which is the indicator of profitability of a company. So it can just tell you, through this, in a way, personal story, I would say, what scaling up means, where the region has come after 25 years. We still have a lot to do, a big road to go through. But things have changed. I agree with the previous speakers. Slovenia is a different place. The former Yugoslavia is a different place. The region is a different place. In terms of Mid-Europa, over the last year, and it's a little bit of boasting, but I have to do that as well, It was our record year in exits. We have sold companies the total enterprise value for a total enterprise value of 4 billion euros in 1 year. We started, with the fund of, a few hundreds of millions of euros, and we are doing deals of, tens of millions of euros. And these days, a player like us that comes after the growth stage, that comes, when the companies are already more mature, when they have the cash flow, when Ingo and Dinko will come and finance it, when leverage can be put onto the companies. And what do we do after this growth stage? An investor like us not only brings capital, it also can diversify funding sources. It can help the company to attract lenders, to attract lending, be it from banks or other types of lenders. We can help those companies to professionalize the running of the companies, particularly the governance. And what we bring and what we have specialized as a player over the last 10 or so years is in bringing operating or contributing to the operating expertise of the companies, and particularly helping those companies to go international.
Thank you very much. Dinko Lukic, as President of Management Board of PBZ Invest, you are one of the largest banking institutions in Southeastern Europe. You have unique insights into both growth financing and regional financial ecosystems. What blended finance models, combining private and public capital, have shown the most promise in supporting innovation-led growth in this region?
Thank you very much for that question. Blended finance sounds alike. So first of all, good morning to all of you. The other day I was checking the latest data. So let's say that Europe has around 4.5% of the world population, so the EU countries. States less, 4.2% of the total world population, whereas China is around 17%. When it comes to the share of the world GDP, States has 26%, but when it comes to the share in the venture capital funds, it's 52%. So double than the share of GDP. China, with the 19% approximately of the share of the world's GDP, has even higher percentage lift up, so 40% of world venture capital funds. And then Europe taking a share of 15% of the global GDP. So the share of the venture capital funds of Europe in the total worldwide, probably someone would know here, but it's around 5%. So expected share would be around 30%, and as a matter of fact, it's 5%. So basically, these blended models that we are having today in the EU, they are essential catalysts to enable further growth, to pursue innovation, to pursue the ecosystem of startups. I would say in the recent period, there are a lot of activities and EU-driven programs and instruments, but I would say that we need to be faster and we need to do more. So when you were asking what programs or instruments were proven to be effective, we can name, first of all, Horizon Europe, that is the biggest one, which is close to 96 billion euro, which is ending in 27, but I'm sure there will be another tranches. Then we have InvestEU, we have Western Balkans Investment Framework. So these programs are successfully and very lucratively combining the grants and guarantees and in order to de-risk the startups and to enable later stage and then to involve further the private capital and to bring companies to the scale-up phase when they become bankable. Furthermore, we have hybrid venture capital funds. For example, in Croatia, we have Fil Rouge. You asked me about some examples. There is Serbia Ventures, There are some more coming in the region. In Croatia, there is IMO, there is all these different funds that are able to, again, successfully mobilize and bring together the public innovation institution, so the public money, and link them to the private venture capital in order to pursue further growth in the startup, especially in the area of fintech, of biotech, as well as AI. And then let me mention also very important the role of supranationals from the EBRD, EFC, EIB, etc., who are also able to bring together very successful programs of concessional loans as well as different grants, combined with the first loss absorption, different guarantees, in order to provide a good environment, especially for the clean energy, energy transition, and energy efficiency, and in that way also channel this innovation activity in the area which is very, very important for the European competitiveness and sustainability. And I would go back to what Stjepan was saying. We don't want to see money invested and capital invested in the dying industries, but we need to be smart. So still, when using the public funds in order to pursue the sustainable areas which are bordersome for Europe, sustainable areas of competitiveness where Europe is lagging behind by its world competitors.
Thank you. That's also a great teaser for the second panel, which is going to talk about sovereign instruments that can be deployed. Finally, as Vice Chairman of AIK Bank and President of the MK Group, Alex Kostic brings a dual perspective as both a strategic investor and a business operator, leading major ventures in banking, agribusiness, and energy. My question to you is, from your experience as both an entrepreneur and an investor, what reforms, fiscal, regulatory, or strategic, could unlock more capital for scaling ventures?
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to speak here at the platform. So I would first start with the strategic, and I think that, the strategy of Europe needs to change maybe to be much more pro-business than it is today. I would say, coming from a family of an entrepreneur, my late father, and then sort of trying to continue his, I would say, legacy and the success that he has created in the company. Entrepreneurs in Europe today feel sort of as they, have to hide somewhere. I have a feeling like it's not popular anymore in Europe to be an entrepreneur. The moment you see some industry or an entrepreneur making some better results, your first question is not, why is he creating the better result? How is he more efficient than the other? Did he invest more than the other? No. How I can tax this entrepreneur more because he's making more money than the other guy. The second thing, when you look at the young generation and how the Europe is, making it to be, they're not, I would say, looking up to those entrepreneurs anymore. The values, I would say, that entrepreneurs are, spread. I don't think that is the values that, the young, I would say, today in Europe, is the first thing. I want to be like him. And I have a feeling that, for example, in some other, places like the US, it is, like that. So firstly, the strategy and how Europe looks at entrepreneurs, I think, has to change, from the mindset perspective. Then the regulatory, we see it every day, being entrepreneurs in the Europe. You try to build a hotel, we have an example now. We are trying to build a hotel. We are trying to change for 30 meters the beach, to the right, because we are building a hotel where we expect every ultra luxury hotel we're trying to build, where we're expecting average daily rate to be, 3,000 euros plus, and trying to move the beach 30 meters to the right so that the people can have 3 hours more of sunshine. It's a logical thing to do, right? And we are actually, with the new plan, dropping down for 30% the gross meter squared on the plot. So why wouldn't somebody approve? 3 years, just changing the plan. I cannot even imagine the building permits, the location permits, and all that. That's probably going to take another 5 to build. Wind parks. We are talking about, green agenda. We want to be more green. We want to we want to build solar farms, wind farms. But on the other hand side, it also takes us 5, 6, 7 years to get the building permits for the wind. There's multiple companies in the regions, and Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, Albania, Montenegro. We can cover the whole, I would say, economies and be sustainable, completely sustainable, if the right entrepreneurs could get the building permits. But every time somebody tries to do, no, this is because of this. No, this is because of this. Eventually, some of us, I would say, get it. But the time and the process until you get to there, it's, I would say, impossible. I mean, Ingo knows, I would say, you also know from the construction industry, because of course our family also is represented through the banking. In the banking industry, construction, real estate financing today, we have to look at those people, you know, the clients that are trying to build, you know, new, beautiful, you know, parts of the city in the box, and we have to say, sorry, as he said, Basel I, I cannot do it because of this, I cannot allocate capital because of that. It's almost as the regulation is pushing us to go away, I would say, from these new creative ideas. The moment when your client in the bank cannot prove that he has a certain, I would say, you know, 100% certain that he can repay and have a 50, maybe possible 100% extra buffer of his cash flow, that moment you're saying, no, you cannot finance that person. So how are we expecting that we can finance, I would say, successful, you know, startups, or at least ideas that could be, I would say, in the future successful? So I think that from the strategic perspective, I think Europe needs to change to look more pro-business and to welcome more entrepreneurs, say, these guys are our champions, not to be the ones, you know, as soon as somebody's head jumps over the average, let's bring him down, you know, to the average. And second, I think the regulation needs to change, definitely. I mean, to be more pro-business and to approach those people and to say, how can you invest more? How can I help you to invest more, to invest faster, to build faster, you know? So I think on those two things, probably, I would point.
You've also answered the lightning round question, right? Which is, what was the one thing? You gave me two things that should be changed. But let me ask you, the other panelists now, if there is one thing that could be changed in order to improve this environment for these companies, what would it be? 60 seconds.
When do you start counting?
Now.
Okay. In order to support hungry young men and women, much more, I think we need really a common market. We talk a lot about regulation. The real problem is less the regulation coming from Brussels. Within all our individual member states, we have gold plating, we have additional rules. We need a large common market on which to grow and scale up. R&D we have enough founders, the scale up is the issue. And for this you need a large common market and common capital pools. That's what we need to work on.
Perfect. Robert.
We live today in a world that is more split and more divided. It used to be more interconnected, globalization and so on, which then also impacts how funds, where funds are found. For example, for us in private equity, in order to invest in companies, we have to fundraise. And for the last 25 years that I mentioned, that funding has mostly been coming from abroad, not from Central and Eastern Europe. So Central and Eastern Europe was benefiting from the funding that was being collected, largely in the United States, in Asia, and across Europe. Because of the new reality, Central and Eastern Europe now has a lot of funds, but regulatory-wise, mostly or simply by habit, these funds are not allocated to, for example, private equity or venture capital. Croatia is an incredible example where, Croatian pension funds allocate money into private equity. Poland is not. Romania is not. These are big countries. Big pension funds must invest in, listed companies, cannot invest in private capital. This must change. In order to have listed companies, you must have earlier stage companies that need to be funded with venture capital, private equity. If they're not funded, then the system stops, and if not funded from abroad, which is now happening, the whole thing will stop.
Thank you.
I would say, yes, we are discussing about very difficult regulation framework, etc. But I would go the other way and say change of the mindset. Are we pro-business? When I say are we, I mean starting from the decision makers, from the policy makers, etc. Do we support growth? Do we embrace the brave, the strong, the capable? Or we are choking any initiative in order to prove that everyone needs to be more Christian than a Christ?
Alex, he repeated your mindset word, so you get another one.
Yes, I would. I would again say the mindset. If we change the mindset and we go more pro-business, I think that then that's gonna, change the regulation. It's gonna change, whatever strategic documents, we need to change, But if the mindset has to change, and then I think we can work and we can change the way we think about business.
So what I'm hearing, just to recap quickly the themes, is first of all mindset. We need to convince the societies that being an entrepreneur is not a dirty word, and that perhaps there's a little bit more than a little Soviet legacy left in terms of how people are perceiving business and culture. The second is to think of an entrepreneurial mindset to regulation, rather than first the default being regulation, that the default is perhaps not regulating and seeing what happens, more what we see in the United States or to some extent in China. And the third point is that local financing, not just relying on foreign capital coming into these markets, is going to be essential if these companies are supposed to scale up. Now, what we see is that private capital will surely be defining Europe's future, and the Future 500 is not just about identifying the top 500 companies, but also matching them with partners that are going to help them meet the global challenge and become the global Future 500. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you to all panelists. Mrs. Alexandra Vacru remains as moderator.
Next panels, next victims.
But it was interesting to hear businessman is not a dirty word. Very good.
Businesswoman is also okay.
Now we will talk about building Europe scale-up infrastructure. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Miljan, you can also come. Thank you. Please, sit next to me.
It's not a mistake this time, right?
No, it's an honor. Thank you. So whereas our first panel was looking at the role for private equity, now we want to talk about sovereign tools that are going to help with institutional investment. This session is focusing on institutional capital and how it can fill the gap between Europe's vibrant startup culture and the global scale-up challenge. Across the world, we know that institutional models like DARPA in the United States catalyze private innovation. What is Europe's answer to that challenge? We'll explore how actors like the EIB, EBRD, and IFC, as well as national agencies, can align their instruments to unlock private capital, strengthen strategic autonomy, and help scale Europe's next champions. My guiding question for the panel is how can sovereign and institutional finance become the backbone of Europe's scale-up ecosystem? Let me turn to my first panelist. None of you have cards. That's okay. Mijan Zdrale from the EBRD leads the strategic investments across Central Europe, focusing on growth stage financing, competitiveness, and resilience. Could you please tell us how is the EBRD responding to geopolitical and strategic challenges, for example, supply chain security or tech sovereignty, while supporting Europe's growth stage companies?
Okay. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to be here, and particularly to Mr. Orešković and our partners for having me here. EBRD is a unique financial institution, and I'm glad that I have opportunity to present what we do. Actually, usually people link us with, super sovereign institutions, mainly dealing with the government, but actually our heart is really private sector. That's what we do. This is our DNA, but inevitably we have to cooperate with the governments and other FIs, and particularly EU, and there was a commissioner last night at the dinner. We are working hand in hand. Why we are working hand in hand? Because we are trying to be additional, because we can take more risk, simply because who we are. We are backed by the actually G7, our key strategic shareholders, but 62 governments, including EIB and EU, and we can take more risk. And since I moved from London to the region, I think region, as Robert mentioned, has been evolving, and I think we also have tried to follow that. We cannot be obviously a recipe for every single issue, but I think what we have tried is also develop our offer and take more risk, and more recently, I think what our duty is compared to, let's say, conventional commercial banks, and we just had them here together with Dinko and Alexander and Ingo, is also try to link more policy and reforms, but to link it finally with the investments, what's happening in reality. Very often we could see reforms for the sake of reforms, as Alexander was mentioning, and then as a result we had more bureaucracy at work, including in our own institution. So, for instance, key focus is now on our side. What we try to do, particularly in this part of the region, is really, Robert has been mentioning, the region has progressed a lot, but also is regressed in perception sense, particularly in the recent geopolitical environment. It's very difficult to invite a new capital to the region. And even well-established private equity funds having challenges to raise the money. And without equity, I think we all agree, Ingo mentioned, it's very difficult to grow. So we offer also equity together with private equity funds, investing directly, trying to be bold more. We also, you ask about supply chain. We saw supply chains collapsing during COVID. Even now, it's becoming very difficult because of all the kind of closing the borders and everything what is happening. We see what's happening in the US. We also developed more recently a supply chain financing framework where we are really together with the partner banks trying to share the risk, provide the unfunded guarantees at AAA rated institutions where they can onboard more suppliers, they can provide more liquidity earlier in time, so access to finance. Coupled again, very often because we are talking about sustainable, it's not sustainable for sake of sustainability, it's also competitiveness. So we use Horizon 2020 money to develop those suppliers in terms of circular economy, packaging, and be more competitive because every single retailer would like to see and nearshoring as much as possible. On the digital tech space, that's very important because I think we have digital approach which we developed now from 26 to 2030, where we are trying really to help our companies don't be afraid of cybersecurity issues, but actually take that as a strategic competitive edge from manufacturing to agribusiness, energy. I think all energy investments that we see, they will be high energy consuming when artificial intelligence even more kicks in. So our focus is really to support startups. We have this Star Venture program where we have maybe 360 companies we supported in a number of countries. 51% of them is youth-led, 34% is women-led, and I think we kind of nurture them, try them to scale, professionalize. We have also now developed venture capital investment program where we also put the seed capital and then hopefully grow them so that private equity can take over once they scale up and go beyond their borders. And finally now also on energy front, this is where Europe needs to be more independent. Again, we are talking about renewables, but without battery storage solutions, without investments in the grid, and I see also we see the lot of lack of action by the key counterparts, for instance, in the distribution and transmission systems. That's where our focus is, and that's where we're going to be blending our money with InvestEU, with the governments, obviously, to target, because it's very difficult to scale up renewables and new capacity without energy grid, and that's all connected with the competitiveness of overall economy. For instance, just recently we've signed in Croatia, together with EU Modernization Fund, greenfield equity for the greenfield battery storage project, something like 16 million euros, which is very innovative, and I think this is on the supply side. We need to make those energy grid very flexible in order to scale up renewables and again become more competitive. So I think these are multiple layers. And last, on the capital markets, it's not going against the banks, but it's still very much bank-centric, particularly Southeast Europe, our region. Talking about funds, I think there is a lot of money from retailers. We see, for instance, a couple of IPOs that happened in Croatia where retail investors became like 40-50% participating in those. So EBRD is working now with 9 stock exchanges in the region, including Zagreb and Ljubljana and Romania and Poland, etc. Hopefully, together we're just launching now with EU initiative and all these stock exchanges to create a regional stock exchange market, something like we just did in Baltics. Maybe it was easier there because they are more homogeneous and there is one shareholder, which is NASDAQ. But I think this is what is needed. And then all the savings that are in the hands, particularly of the retailers, will not be ending in the fifth property in Zagreb or location coast, but maybe capital markets. And capital market is crucial for development of the local champions.
Thank you. Guillaume Clossat, chair of a deep tech company, also a special advisor for AI and digital tech to European Commissioner President, and chair of Europa Nova, a think tank and conclave. You have very broad experience in different areas that touch upon questions that are going to be addressed by the Future 500. So in your opinion, what are the challenges for a company that wants to scale up in Europe, and what could be the game changer?
Right question. First of all, I want to express my gratitude also to say how much important this next 500 program is, and not only for Western Europe, for Europe. We need such a program for the European Union, and it's something which should be a top priority of the EU. So, Stefan, Jörn, thank you very much for taking the initiative with the Bled Strategic Forum. Once that said, I can speak from two perspectives. One as an entrepreneur, and I think we need the voice of entrepreneur today because this is the perspective, and one as a former special advisor to the President of the European Commission. As an entrepreneur, my perspective is the following. I'm working to develop a European company which aims at becoming a global leader and contribute to Europe back, to cope with European and global challenge, particularly in the field of global health, and on a topic which is fundamental for European society and for the European health model, which is the quality of early diagnosis. And this brick is very important because once you have an equal, high-quality, inexpensive diagnosis for everybody, you have a leverage effect on all the health system. You can bring better quality for everybody, but at the same time, you reduce cost. And we can revive our health system. And this is very important because we are the one in Europe which are investing the most in health. So we should be global leader in health. And it is not the case. And it is not the case. Why? There are several reasons. Why? First one, we don't have a European single market with regard to health. And if there should be one priority regarding the single market, it's health. I mean, it's 20% of the GDP potentially. Where is it? Why it is not discussed? Second, we have all the money we want. We have all the bank we want, but there is a total risk adversity. And we have venture, but venture, they want to invest when the product is done. So what are they useful for? Sorry to say that. They are useless. Venturing is taking risk. And we are venture which are not taking risk. So what do we do? Third, we speak about the American system, the American culture. But the fact is, in America, you have public and private orders, which allow companies to have credibility and allow entrepreneurs to maintain their share holding. I give you an example. American clinics were able to invest in innovative projects massively, put 10 million or 100 million tickets on an innovation which does not exist. Once you have that, you have the guarantee to have a market, and then the funding is much easier. And you give a little share of your company to venture, you remain the main shareholder, and you can scale up. But if the banks of the shareholder want 50% of your capital from the beginning, how do you want to scale up? How do you want to keep the entrepreneur mindset? This is an illusion. So we need to work on all these different aspects. Regarding regulation, regulation is not bad. But the question is the objective of regulation. In the field of health, we should have one objective, which is to increase the quality of diagnosis. Where is it? Nowhere. This should be a kind of Manhattan Project. And once we have that, I can tell you everything is much easier for entrepreneurs. So we really need the EU to have real political objective and regulation to support this objective. And you know, regulation can support innovation. Regulation is not bad in itself. When the digital platform, Amazon, Google, are critical with regard to European regulation, they are critical with regard to DSA and to DMA. They are not implemented yet. And up to the moment, there was no regulation. So they developed massively in Europe. I don't know why they are explaining that this regulation prevented them to develop. I mean, they are doing 30% of their turnover in Europe and 50% of the result. And they don't pay anything. So maybe the question would be to regulate more and maybe to tax a bit. But I think we should put the right question at the right level. And we need the EU, we need a strong EU, we need a forward planning with EU, and we need a seamless EU. Because I'm very happy to see the 27 Commission here. But when you engage discussion with the European Commission, you need to engage with each DG. Do you see how difficult it is? After their program, their excellent program, I mean, the EIC, the European Innovation Council, is remarkable. It's a kind of DARPA. But let's be honest, this is a cherry on the cake. And DARPA is a cherry on the cake. Because you have the $150 billion of expenditure of the US Army, which is sustaining the development of startups. Where are they in Europe? Nowhere. So we need to develop this ecosystem, and this should be a top priority of this present Commission. I love the word competitiveness. But I know so many states which are competitive without growth. So we need not only a competitiveness agenda, but we need a growth agenda. And in addition to that, given the non-cooperative behavior of certain allies, partners, maybe we need also a power agenda in order to transform the European Union into a global, sustainable, and responsible power.
Thank you. Let's talk now to someone with a growth agenda. Matjaž Han is State Secretary for the Ministry of Economy of Slovenia. You're a national policymaker and innovation advocate, and you've worked on programs that aim to bridge regional innovation and European funding. I hear that you're now preparing a strategy for startups and scale-ups. What stage is it at, and how can a right-sized country like Slovenia benefit from being a hub?
Before answering your specific question, and thank you for this lovely description, I'd like to maybe have some remarks on all the things we heard so far, and it will go into the context, I promise.
In 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
First of all, I firmly believe that you already entered the biggest change in global economy in human history, no doubt. With all the changes, technological, geopolitical, cultural, social, all the effects interconnecting and creating, this something new. I would like to quote Antonio Gramsci at this point. He wrote in Prison Diaries in 1929, "When the old is dying and the new cannot be born, the variety of morbid symptoms appear. It is exactly the description of the time we live in." And everything, from Trump to struggling economics in Europe to facing big competition from East Asia, it is a description of the morbid symptoms we face. So I strongly believe, some of the speakers mentioned Draghi report today. I'm a strong believer in a Draghi report. Draghi report showcases a role of a modern state, a modern Europe, how we should act in order to share risks, because what we are facing is low investment. Europe is not in crisis because of regulation. Europe is not in crisis because of green transition. Europe is in crisis because 15 years ago, on the peak of global financial and economic crisis, we choose the wrong recipe. We choose to save money, to put heavy burdens on businesses on one hand, but also with impoverished public sector. China and US, on the other hand, invested massively and developed new mechanisms in order for businesses to have a courage to invest. And so it comes to the role of state and Europe in boosting investment. It is about sharing risks. Obviously, I'm a fan of Mariana Mazzucato and entrepreneurial state. So, yes, and thank you for your questions. Slovenia tries to do exactly that. Develop a variety of mechanisms that will support researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, investors in order to develop, innovate, and invest. And we do this with a variety of things. Let me remind you that we have a strong growth of our investment in R&D on all range of the technological readiness level chart. That we are putting a record number of different kind of subsidies. I know it creates also a moral hazard, but also, not only because the state could be tempted to pick the winners. I really believe in Mariana Mazzucato saying, do not pick the winners, pick the willing. And this is exactly what Europe needs. A new chapter of our motivation to transform it into mobilization and, as it was said, Stepan, yesterday during evening, a new European ambition. And I'm really glad, and some of the stakeholders strategically important for the process are here today. We've built Slovenian startup strategy from the scratch, from the ecosystem. So we've translated the first generations of founders, now investors, into very simple tools in order to improve our environment and to evolve from one of the environments that are on the last places in Europe. Slovenia invests 41 euros of venture capital per capita, comparing to Estonia with nearly 1,000. Some other countries, 1,500,000 euros. So with several quick steps, we want to the ecosystem. But this is not all. Attracting talent, raising new ways of venture capital. Seed Banka is presenting new generations of their mixed public-private venture capital funds. Slovenian entrepreneurial state, on the initiative of our ministry, launched Slovenian Technology Fund. And just let me share an example. In order to be compliant with the state aid rules, on a 75% of public capital, they should collect 25% of private capital. On their 15 million, more than 50 million were raised of investors dedicated and committed to invest in Slovenian startups. Along with other instruments, I'm really betting on strategic technologies for Europe platform. a strong public call that it will be issued soon in order to boost and support the development of strategic technologies. So biotechnology in Slovenia is already a giant in biotechnology in pharma. By the way, health, I strongly agree. We are this sector presents 32% of our exports. Second, digital and advanced digital technologies, including AI, clean tech, with everything we have to do in our environment. And I strongly agree. Regulation is not only bad. Remember 15 years ago, the crisis was enabled because of a lack of regulation. But what we need, a strategic leap toward, is a lean, efficient, and smart regulation, using specifically AI tools in order to support doing the right thing that will be safe for consumers, safe for investors, safe for our communities, but in most efficient way possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn now to someone who's actually on the implementation side of some of these policies. Tamara Zajec-Balažić is at the forefront of implementing national programs that attract foreign investment, like Spirit Slovenia. They foster innovation, and they also build growth ecosystems. So my question to you is, how can programs like yours, like EU instruments such as InvestEU or the Green Deal, serve as multipliers for private capital and help scale regional champions?
First of all, let me thank you. I think being here today is really important to get to the information to the entrepreneurs about how actually operationally they can come and get these public funds and how things will be working in the future. Our State Secretary already mentioned, or you asked him about the new strategy. Spirit Slovenia as such will also be part of it, helping to implement some of those strategic instruments. And from this respect, I think that from scaling up, from initial startups, it is very important that the companies, they do start, but they have trouble getting the money before they become bankable. And I think that in this respect, it is very important for the different financial models, like they were mentioned already today, from guarantees that can be offered by development banks, like Slovenia's investment bank, this was already mentioned today, EBRD, EIB, can offer de-risking from the respect of the private capital and can be easier for financial banks to invest into, let's say, new technologies in the future. Also from the respect of the public capital investing into some, let's say, maybe strategic industries, like they were also mentioned already, from green technology, sustainable health, biotechnology, can offer the initial startup or the initial burst for also the private capital to come in. Some other possibilities are venture capital funds that are combined with, on one hand, with the private equity, but on the other hand, also with the public equity. And we've seen also in our region already examples that are being successful. There, of course, I think is still some issue with maybe getting the information out to the entrepreneurs, to the companies, to the startups, and having this dialogue, the open dialogue, to listen to each other and make these tools even more, let's say, equitable for them.
Thank you. All right, the lightning round has been reduced to 30 seconds per person, right? But it's an easy question, right? What is one instrument, sovereign or institutional, that could be a game changer for scaling Europe's promising companies? And you get one word and one sentence to explain it. Yeah.
Ambition, the will of every European citizen to succeed on the 450 million European market with 30 million European businesses. The understanding that Europe is our home and using this domestic backyard in order to then scale and build global champions.
All right, there were a lot of commas there, but I'll allow it. Tamara.
One word. Okay. I would say creating common instruments. It was already mentioned today. Let's make Europe one. Let's bring the capital, the options, the different options to the entrepreneurs and make them available to them and make them also aware of how they can use it. Thank you.
Guillaume?
I have asked the question to a former Biden advisor some weeks ago, the exact question, and he answered me, you need a European army, because what makes the difference in US, in China, in Russia, with regard to tech, in fact, is the investment of the army, a European army.
Thank you. And Miljan?
I mentioned we need really more functioning capital markets, and when I say that, it's not only about public, listed, as Robert mentioned, but it's also about private. And I think we need to send a strong message that there are a lot of successful stories. And I think in that sense, the duty of institutions like ours is really to reduce the risk and try to enable the ecosystems so that really companies can thrive and we can really mobilize a lot of brain, improved governance, and capital that is there somehow is still afraid of this lovely region, particularly southern from Alps.
See, single word needs a description.
I guess so. It's okay. So I just have a little list of the things that have come up in this discussion and also tie into what we heard in the first panel. The first is that one of the most important changes that's required is in mindset. Again, we see this feeling that people need to accept that business is actually something that helps society and helps grow society rather than work against it. The second is the need for a single common market in Europe and for strong, forward-planning European decisions. Third, an appetite for risk and the need to share the risk across different players. And the fourth is not deregulation, but smart regulation. And the smart regulation not only of European companies, but also of those international and American companies that are making a lot of money in Europe. So I would remind you of what Minister Han said this morning, that entrepreneurs build companies while governments and IFIs are the environment in which they prosper. That means that there's a role for everybody in this room in building Europe's future. And only by working together can we ensure the positive future of the Future 500. Thank you.
And thank you, Mrs. Alexandra Vakru, and thank you to all panelists. We have time, but I know that we need a break. Anyway, is there any questions, remarks, opinion in this room? Please raise your hand and ask our panelists. Okay. So we need a coffee break. Thank you. But please, the coffee is outside. Enjoy your conversation, relax, but rejoin us promptly 11:40 because we have to catch the train of this Blitz Strategic Forum. Thank you very much. We have to continue our forum. Sačemo, Vanja. Vljudno vas prosim, če se lahko usedete na svoje stole, da bomo nadaljevali s programom. Our new panelists are here and ready for new round table. So, everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and the conversation outside, because often those informal exchanges are where the relationship, business relationship, starts. And now, dear guests, I have to be Iron Lady, so please take your seats, because we have to continue our program. Here on stage, we are ready to continue our program of this forum, Future 500. So, the main question of this panel is, how tackles one of Europe's most pressing dilemma? Europe has talent. Europe has IP, intellectual property, enterprise value, but how can we still winning globally? So please, let's welcome our new moderator, Mrs. Maja Piščević, Senior Fellow, Atlantic Council, and her speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Petra, and thank you all for being back. That's the first thing checked, so I'm happy that we can move on. I'm not going to be as efficient as Alexander. I'm sure no one can, but I'll do my best. We have only 30 or 35 minutes, so let's start with the truth. Europe is a fantastic cradle when it comes to innovation, but somehow it happens often that when our best investors or best minds or successful companies grow up, they tend to leave home. So some go to Silicon Valley, people, some IPO go to NASDAQ, headquarters move to London or New York, but the result is the same. We lose people, we lose ideas, we lose intellectual property, and we lose future jobs. So just imagine, we've heard today was mentioned BioNTech or Spotify or DeepMind. If they scaled up all the way from here, from Europe, what would that have meant for European competitiveness, for Southeast Europe's competitiveness, for the Western Balkans? So here's our challenge for the next 30 minutes. Let's try to understand, or at least address the question, is there a way to match U.S. and, for that matter, Asia's market advantages and keep our innovators, our talent, and our intellectual property here? And even better, how do we make that a smarter, more rewarding choice, staying here? To talk about this, I have a fantastic panel. Let me go in this order in introducing them. We have Tomislav Čizmi, Chief Executive Officer from Telemach, United Group. Gordon Kolak, President of the Managing Board, Končar. Branko Milutinović, Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Nordeus. And Mark Pleško, Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, CozyLab. So let me start with you, Branko. Nordeus I think most of the people here know who Nordos is and what Nordos is doing. It's one of the rare European gaming successes, which started in Belgrade, still is in Belgrade, reached out to millions worldwide with Top 11, and eventually joined the Take-Two interactive family. It's a journey that I guess every startup dreams about. So, Branko, you built a global company from Serbia when most would have told you this is not possible. What almost made you leave, if anything, at any point, and what finally anchored you to stay and grow in Belgrade?
So actually, hi. Actually, I've left the country during my fourth year of studies, and back then we did 5 years for a diploma in engineering schools. And I joined Microsoft. I worked on some deep core tech as an engineer. I graduated while working abroad, and then I returned home. So the reason I left back then was because the country kind of lacked, not the future, but like I couldn't see, how my life is going to look like back then. And the reason I came back was really mostly personal, to be with the family, and also because my co-founders were also from Belgrade, so we decided to give it a go and try, and hope fortunate to succeed. I think that after that success, I never actually thought about leaving again, because operating from, in this case, Belgrade has mostly big advantages in terms of the talent you have. I might remind you, Nikola Tesla was Serbian, and we have many other, just in case somebody's not sure, and we have so much tradition in sciences and in sports, and what I do, I make sports video games. We have 2 that are leading globally. We are shipping a 3rd one for the World Cup. These are all businesses that do $1 billion in revenue lifetime or more with high profitability. So I think that business to consumer type of a business that's digital, where your cost and talent are in a place where talent is abundant and costs are somewhat lower. They're not. I mean, it's not cheap, but it's lower. It's from a business perspective, it's great. If I were B2B or in some other business, I'm sure it's not as rosy as it sounds. But for us, there was really never a thing about thinking to leave after initial success happened. And as you mentioned, we joined the biggest games company in the world some 4 years ago, a bit more, Take-Two Interactive. So again, being part of an American juggernaut in entertainment, probably like future Disney, only has positives. So I think it's a good mix. Like Tesla, Serbia, America, it's kind of work. So that's in a nutshell. I think that this region could still benefit a lot from a more clear vision about the future for the young generations, because it's not that there's not enough smart people, even educated ones. I think it's more about how am I part of the future? If I grow up in Serbia, in Slovenia, in any other country around here, what's life going to look like for me versus being in Boston or New York or San Francisco and so on. So that's the part that's unfortunately not solved yet. But other than that, from my end, no regrets.
Thank you, Mark. I would like to turn to you now. Cozy Lab, I was impressed. I didn't know about it at first, and when I started reading about Cozy Lab, I was really just too little to say impressed. You are a quiet giant behind the particle accelerators, right? Cancer research therapy, space science. Your partners include, you work with Mayo Clinic, CERN, NASA, and major Chinese institutions, I think. Slovenia is your base, but the world is your playground. So with such a high-profile clients, has anyone ever told you, Mark, you could be bigger, you could grow faster, you could move forward much better if you moved from here? And how did you react?
Well, I don't think anybody really said I should move, but obviously, we get requests from different investors. Just recently, some Chinese, said, look, we have a lot of money and all that. And obviously, when they want to invest, for them it's easier to invest in their own home country, right? I mean, actually we got a little investment from Mayo Clinic. They said, okay, you are so good, we want to support you. And they said, we will invest a little bit into COSILAB. And it took them 6 months to do a due diligence, not of COSILAB, but of the Slovenian legal system. Okay? And not because it's complicated. I mean, the Slovenian legal system is as good as any in Europe, okay? But they have never done this, right? And they're not sure. I told them, look, guys, it's more or less the same. Yeah, but, what does it mean, Class A type of shares? What does it mean in Slovenia? What are the legal implications? So they hired a Slovenian legal company, and now you can imagine, if you're an American, of course you will invest in America because you know the legal system. Even you may not understand it, but you know from previous experience how it works. In Europe, we have 27 different legal systems. We have what we call a common market, but there is no common market, and that's a problem. Now, to answer his question, my motto is always this, is think globally, work local. Slovenia is such a nice place in the world, to be honest. Maybe we don't have Nikola Tesla, but we have the country, okay? So it's the quality of life is so great that it would be, of course, foreigners don't know this, but it would be stupid to leave the country. But we can work remotely. That's why, we can work abroad. We visit everybody. So, we both have, the same result, but different motivations.
Gordon Končar, you're the president of the management board. Končar has grown impressively under your leadership and is now Croatia's biggest net exporter, right? What has worked best for you in keeping top talent and R&D within the company and attracting them?
Of course, there is no fit-for-all solution. So it is really hard to step out in front of such an esteemed public and the people, and to say what they should do and how to attract the best people in their country. But what we did in the past 7 years in order to actually change and transform the company, first of all, we start to think how to actually create an environment that could be, good for the talents, that could be good for the people who could add value to our company. And I've been listening today a lot about the mindset change, how that mindset change is important, and it's truly important. But the key is how to change that mindset, And, I really believe that changing the mindset should start with changing yourself. Changing yourself in order to actually create an example and create the setup in which other people could lead you by, seeing that positive outcome of that example. So, and what we did, we actually set up in the beginning some kind of code of conduct within the company, and what kind of conduct we should empower, and how we see the future company. What kind of attitude we are going to promote, what kind of conduct we are going to promote, what is good or what is not good for the company. And it is really crucial, it was really crucial for us to show that through the example. And that's what is the first, the most important thing from my perspective in starting a transformation of the company. You have to set an example. Of course, in the meantime, we also have to define the proper environment in which those people could actually, by adding a value, could participate in technical and technologically advanced projects. So they have to have a platform through which they could actually develop themselves. If they see the benefit of developing themselves through those projects, then they are accepting to be within that environment. And I think that we are lacking of those advanced technology, advanced projects, the projects that could actually create that environment in which every single person would like to work in, would like to develop their skills, would like to develop themselves on a certain level. And, being a technological company, having a project such as, creating a new battery powertrain or, building a new transformer line, working in the ESG environment, which highly appreciates environmental issues, is actually setting up the whole ecosystem in which those people would like to work. And of course, we also very connected through decades with the academic community in the region, and that's also quite important because we might influence on the new people, new talents. We might attract them by presenting the cases in contract, by presenting the good practices that we are implementing within the company. Again, showing another example how we might actually change the environment. Because the mindset is not changing because you are requesting some change within the government. You are requesting some change within educational system. It is changing because you are actually enforcing it. We need pioneers who could actually lead that, who could actually create examples that could be, attractive to the young people.
Thank you. This is very inspirational. Before I move to Tomislav, I just wanted to offer you an opportunity after we finish the first round to raise your hand and ask a question. Let's see how that works, but I'll be very grateful if someone has a question for our panelists. Tomislav, United Group is a tech and media powerhouse in Southeast Europe, and Telemax Slovenia is right at the center of the region's digital transformation. That means a front row seat to how talent and ideas move in, out, and across the borders. So from your vantage point, what is the single, I know it's hard to take the single one, but what is the single biggest magnet pulling talent out of the region, and can we realistically compete with this?
So, what is the most important for the talents are exciting projects. And I would like to thank Mr. Knorr for bringing actually their joint venture with one of the entrepreneurial idea, which they developed, scaling up the business and bringing up United Group to the levels of from the Telemax local operator to United Group, which is today making 1 billion of EBITDA every year. And that was possible because we are able to build with joint forces a very strong research and development team who actually developed local, very inventional ideas. And for example, our platform, EON, that is working our video and pay TV, it's all developed internally in the house. So this is one example. And the key point is, to answer your question, are exciting projects and investments. Because investments are those that are bringing possibility for the talents to develop and to stay. Mm-hmm. And if I look to the telco industry by itself needs consolidation. Because today European telco industry is not competitive. If you compare to the US, you have the 3 major operators dealing with about 100 million people per one operator. In Europe, you have 35 major mobile operators, with the average operator has about 5 million users. If we're going this to Slovenia, then we have here 4 operators. Hopefully going to be 3, because we signed a contract for acquisition of T2 1 year ago, and 1 year we are waiting for the approval. But In Slovenia, there is 500,000 people. In Germany, there is 27 million people per operator.
Compared with the US, where it's 100
million. So if you just look at these simple numbers, it's obvious that our investments are hardly profitable. So we need changes. And one of the key changes is the consolidation. And by developing those projects, by keeping those talents, by keeping the knowledge in the country, we are also protecting our data. We should not forget this, because by moving the talents abroad, it's also going the data we have abroad. I'm happy to see that also there is not just the brain drain, but there is also reverse
brain gain.
Brain gain, exactly. And but it's not good enough. And for this, we have these major changes, especially in the investments. And by these initiatives, I really especially thank for Mr. Orešković and Atlantic Council. It's something that also the part of this game that we need, because we have to recognize the ideas and then to make them possible. But the key for this are investments, and telco industry. It's one of the strategic industries that can actually support that. We should treat this maybe today as a defense or energy, because by this we can make it possible to work locally, as you said, and compete globally. And this is what we can do.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? One question. No questions. Oh, yes, there's a question. Please, introduce yourself, please. Here's a mic.
Thank you. So I'm surprised to hear a gentleman saying that the most important thing is to offer interesting projects, right? To the young people to stay here, not to go abroad. So, you know, when we invest in private equity investments throughout the region, the key issue that we see in every single investment in the region is that young, motivated people are not able to get share options, because share options are taxed at day one when they are offered. So if you lack this kind of a basic setup, all the interesting projects do not matter. Because if you are a young, talented IT guy, you go to US, you get the options, so that's it. So bottom line is, I think interesting projects are great, but the Maslow pyramid of needs is very clear. First, you need to have basic needs covered, and then the interesting projects can make the change.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I think it's addressed to Gordon mainly.
Actually, we might say it's not a question, it's actually opinion. And as I said in the beginning, you know, what I was saying, you know, there is no one fit-for-all solution. And I said that I really believe, and I still believe, despite of the comment, I really believe that only participating in the projects that could build your competencies, that you build your knowledge and experience, is the most important thing for the young man. It's not the share option. Share option is something which will eventually come as an outcome of that approach. But if you are not participating in the projects that could build your competencies, that you are not building your knowledge and experience, then no shares option could actually create that knowledge necessary for the future of the company. So that's my opinion.
Questions for now? Maybe you'll have one more opportunity. Okay. Branko, one really short question for you, and I hope you will give an honest answer. If you were starting your business today, would basing your headquarters in Belgrade be a strategic opportunity or strategic risk?
So it's okay. One opportunity is that actually, like, you know, in Serbia, share options are not taxable until the gain is made. So I guess that helps. I think that, you know, I wouldn't change anything the way I've done it, because it worked really well. Now, if, you know, I was somebody else, you know, today, a young person thinking what I'm going to do, I do feel that
the overall lack of clear vision, for the countries, and lack of obvious meritocracy in the systems is kind of repelling to think about like doing something amazing and long term. From the place, I could be wrong. I don't know. So again, personally, I would do everything the same. If I was somebody else without this experience, probably still yes. But again, I do wonder, back to their mindset is like the word of the day. Thank you, Alex, for making it word of the day. I think that throughout, I guess, Europe, but definitely like in the Balkans, the focus of politics and everybody is really not the young people, nor like the youngest and brightest. They don't really get you votes because they are the minority. Societies where youngest and brightest are a minority are like expected in some ways, but the fact that they're not catered to is very dangerous, like mid and long term. So investments would rather be in hospice care for elderly than maybe medical research where young brains could do something about it. So I do wonder, how that gets solved, and what's that going to do for the people that are asking that question themselves today. So again, I'm not that person, and even if I did, my answer would be the same. But I do feel that. How many young people are here in the room today? Like, who's younger than 40? There's like 10 people. Who's younger than 30? Which is, good and bad. So the good thing is, maybe you should all think about, who you are doing your work for, and politicians in the room, who are your policies and these going to affect, actually, in 15 years. It's not only, about the votes. I guess that's it.
So your advice to, I don't know, your son, if he was at that age, would be start here and stay here?
Again, I think it depends on the context. So if we're talking specifically building a business to consumer, like video games that are distributed digitally across the world, I would still say yes, because again, the talent you get and the hunger, back to what you were saying. So I kind of agree with both of you, if that's okay. I think it's important to offer anybody who took the risk and contributed significantly to some giant success. You need to offer them the upside of that, which is share options, for example. But at the same time, if that's the only motivator or even the main motivator, nothing's going to happen. So the intrinsic motivation needs to come from, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to make something amazing, and so on. Which is why I started my company. It wasn't to really make money. So again, if you are operating in that specific domain, business to consumer around the world, anyways, your domestic market is not going to be more than 10% of your revenues. Even if that's if you're in the US, maybe it's going to be 20%. So American gaming companies, they make 20-25% in US, and the rest comes from the rest of the world. So in that sense, it doesn't really matter. It does matter where you feel home, where you feel you can do your best. So again, in that very narrow context, I would make the same decision. Doesn't mean things are great and everybody's going to make the decision. It's quite not quite the opposite, but it's definitely not as simple as it sounds.
Mark, similar but slightly different question for you. You work with some of the most ambitious institutions in the world. What would it take, in your opinion, for Europe to change its game, now I'm using football terms, from offense to defense attitude in this global market, competitive?
Excellent question, and we heard the answer already 5 times. So we said mindset, right? And I agree. The problem is that culture eats strategy for breakfast, a very famous statement, right? So we are what we are. I don't think we can change our culture. At least we need at least one generation to change. However, to be a bit optimistic, in Slovenia, things I see are getting better. When I started the company, I didn't even dare to say I have a company. And whoever became entrepreneur of the year, then the next day he got the tax office, checking his accounts. Now, this year, I became entrepreneur of the year, and nobody even cares about it anymore, okay? And I also think young people, they see this as a good career. I think that practically, Europe is not even a confederation of 27 states, right? It's just a society of 27 states. If we achieve the real common market, common law. In China, they have 1.4 billion people following the same rules, okay? So if you start a company there, it's going to work in the whole, in the whole of China. In the United States, the same thing. In Europe, it is not. So when we talk about common market, it should really be common market, also common rules, common law, common healthcare. We are in healthcare, but every country has different rules. Once we achieve that, then we have one market, then things will become by itself, and culture will just change by itself.
Thank you. I have to say, this answer I'm hearing a couple of times already, that we need a common or single market to really become a single market. And I have to say, coming from Serbia and from other countries which are candidates for EU membership, this is kind of scary, because the main aspiration of businesses is to become members of the single market. And now you're telling us it's not really single. So we hope that by the time we get in, you're going to fix that and make
there is a single market, but you didn't read the fine print.
Oh, okay. So, Gordon, with your experience in modernizing manufacturing and driving digital transformation, how can Europe help the industrial champions stay competitive globally without relocating abroad, either for scale or for capital?
I would rather ask myself how we could actually help ourselves to be better, not how the European administration or, the Brussels or even the administration of your government could actually change the setup. So we do live in a certain setup, and we have to find a way how to work in that setup. So we've been listening about the common market, about the enforcing the administration to change the regulation, about many things, and probably most of them are not going to be changed after this workshop, after this conference. So we are again coming back to our companies, and we have to deal with the current setup, and we have to find a way how in that setup how to find a way to grow, how to find a way to actually create another value, how to actually find a way to cooperate with other companies who could actually, together with us, build the certain part of environment in which we might succeed. And in that sense, I think that within the Europe, we need more partnership than we've seen so far. And that partnerships are really important for us, because we are not just sharing the risk, we are actually creating the environment in which we are enlarging our market. So we don't need a common market, and we are not going to change the culture that we are going to speak one language in Europe. That's not going to happen, because we would like to keep our language. We would like to have our own traditional values. So if you come to France in 100 years, they are going to speak French again. They are not going to change it. So what we need to try to, through those partnerships, we have to enlarge that potential market for us. And we are trying to do that. For example, we are partnering with the Siemens Energy on various fields, how actually to expand on the certain markets, how to use their part of the market and how they could use our part of the market, sharing the risk, sharing the knowledge and experience, investing together in the capacity. So those small partnerships are creating a new environment which is much bigger than an environment you had yesterday. So we are not here to change the world. We are here to change our businesses. And it is quite important for us, for all of us here, and we are stressing out how business is important for life. But in the same time, we know that the health care is also important, maybe even more important than the business. Then we know that education is important, maybe even more than the health insurance and the business. Today we know that defense is important. So everything is important. So how to put focus just on the business and just to create environment for the business? It's impossible. So we have to take environment that we have, and with the small steps, with partnering with others, trying to change a little space of your own in which you could operate better than yesterday.
Thank you. We have 2 more minutes. So Tomislav, quickly, when top engineers or innovators leave, what's the hidden cost we don't talk about enough beyond the obvious brain drain?
I mean, the hidden...
Strategic sense.
Yes, the hidden cost is obvious. You cannot develop anymore. And this is a problem. But maybe I can start from the positive thing, what we have here. And this is that all the main ingredients of this success actually we have here in Europe and we have in our region. And also this that we are saying that we have the many countries here that we are competing like single markets. Well, actually, it made us being very agile and very innovative to compete on all those different markets. But now we should recognize that there is the new time, new era in front of us, and use all this knowledge, support with all what we said today, institutionally, financially, do this, you said, smart regulation, not just regulation, and then we can boost those talents actually with the new investments and make them develop further. And that would be for me, let's say, the recipe of the success.
Thank you so much, and thank you really all for. I was afraid when I was thinking about the questions, I was expecting to hear capital, investment. I actually haven't heard that from you, any one of you, at any point in this discussion, and this is encouraging. What I heard from Gordon is actually that the change must begin from us, and that we should not expect that something to, of course, change has to be absorbed by the government and so on, but change has to come from us. And that's a message that I think it's a good takeaway, actually. Yes, it's policymakers' job to change the basic environment, but it's up to all of us, entrepreneurs, investors, bankers, corporate leaders, and even think tanks like Atlantic Council, to help make that change, to help build that community of change, if I may say that. So let's make that count. Thank you all very much.
The panelists, thank you, Maya, thank you, the panelists, and thank you for your comment, your opinion, Mr. Schroll. So let's move on. Let's turn to the people again who built companies from scratch and took them to the global stage. This is our business spotlight, led by Aisha Vodnik, chair of MCHEMS in Europe. Please, Aisha. But we are having now a different format. It's very simple. A short video introduction followed by fireside conversation focused on practical lessons and personal journeys. But we have to begin with this video message from Mr. Broška. He's a founder and CEO of InPost from Poland. Unfortunately, he stayed in Poland because he has a very important meeting with Polish president about their future, maybe about Europe's future. As you know, Mr. Broška is, we can say, like Elon Musk of Poland. He co-create changes in Poland, maybe in the whole Europe. So please, let's hear and let's see the video message of Mr. Broška.
My name is Rafał Brzoska. I'm an entrepreneur by heart, investor and philanthropist, the founder and CEO of InPost, a European technology and logistics company developing last-mile services across several European Union countries. I mentioned this not to list titles, but to explain the lens through which I look at the regulation. Vision plus business plus public mission. That perspective guided my work on this particular report. In Feb, I accepted the deregulation challenge set by Poland's Prime Minister and launched a grassroots project called Sprawdzamy, We Check In. It was an initiative of practitioners, people who wanted fewer diagnoses and more solutions. Our goal was straightforward. Propose a package of the regulation, simplification and business-friendly measures so that citizens, entrepreneurs and the administration can act faster, more efficiently and more responsibly. From the outset, we chose transparency. We created a dedicated website where any citizen or organization could submit ideas, see what we were working on, and leave feedback. That communication channel became a bridge between everyday life and legislation, between the realities facing Polish businesses and the legal framework that governs them. Above all, I want to emphasize what really makes me most proud. This initiative was built by an extraordinary team of several hundred people, full of passion and discipline. For 100 days, most of them worked pro bono, balancing a public mission with their professional duties, often at the expense of private time. I'm deeply grateful to them because they showed the energy that collective action for one's country can unleash. The public support proved invaluable as well. Over 15 to 16,000 submissions, 500,000 votes, and thousands of comments on sprawdzamy.com website made clear what citizens expect from the state: simplicity, predictability, and an end to bureaucratic absurdities. This was not a demand from a single sector. Of course, it was the voice of a majority that wants normality. And we achieved something rare in public life in Poland. And I suspect in Slovenia as well, a consensus across political lines. It was the first grassroots deregulation initiative of this scale in free Poland, and I'm convinced it will not be the last one. During our 100-day sprint, we prepared nearly 500 proposals to ease the daily life of citizens and businesses, and to help the administration itself, which too often gets stuck in its own procedures and loses sight of their purpose: effective public service. From experience, I know that hundreds of small yet vexing barriers act like a handbrake. Release them and the economy moves faster, institutions work better. We wanted our work to have a real and measurable effect. So we defined 7 priority areas, our so-called Big 7: taxation, digitalization of public services, the justice system, energy, EU law, healthcare, and improvements in public administration and the security sector. This was a true roadmap with clearly identified bottlenecks. And crucially, we have tangible progress. As of today, 73 Sprawdzamy proposals have entered into force. 50 proposals took the form of acts of law and were signed by the President of the Republic of Poland. The new President, Karol Nawrocki, whom I mentioned at the outset, has already signed 18 of our proposals. A further 23 proposals were implemented in other ways, for example, through guidelines or regulations. 144 proposals have been accepted by the Council of the Ministers, and 64 are currently before Parliament at various stages of the legislative process. I thank President Karol Nawrocki for his careful approach to the regulation and his pledge to sign bills implementing Sprawdzamy proposals. That is essential if good solutions are to start working quickly for millions of Poles, especially for small firms which most keenly feel the weight of regulation. I must add, however, that some of our energy sector deregulation measures proposed in the interest of citizens have not found favor with the new presidential administration. But we will work to explain more clearly why they matter to households, listen to the reservations in detail, and also respond to each of them. At this point, I would also like to highlight the role and importance of the people with whom we have worked on this project so far, to thank them and also to convey that I count on further fruitful cooperation on the project. I thank you, the Prime Minister Donald Tusk, and the government for undertaking this effort. And I thank all parliamentarians from every side of the political scene for supporting the regulation across party lines. Thanks to this, individual proposals, once transformed into law, will serve the Polish people rather than becoming grounds for political conflict. I also thank the President Andrzej Duda, with whom our cooperation has naturally already come to an end, but we appreciate his openness to projects that came into effect with his involvement, specifically at the beginning. Let me now briefly list several key proposals and invite you to consider whether similar changes would be helpful in Slovenia as well. In Poland, this included the presumption of the taxpayer's innocence and the rebalancing of the burden of proof, better access to the courts, strengthening national defense also through the regulation that speeds procurement and investment, development of the capital market, and above all, protecting the most vulnerable, mothers, single parents, students receiving support, and people with disabilities. We also focus on faster access to medical specialists and improving debt recovery, especially for small firms. We consider silent consent after administrative deadlines are exceeded to be critical, as well as rational redesign of local court jurisdiction. Underpinning this is the continued digitization of public services, which saves millions of citizens time, but also money. Poland and Slovenia are natural partners in the competition for competitiveness. We have similar SME structures, shared supply chains, and we wrestle with the same regulatory friction. The regulation is and should remain our shared language of growth. Listening to public sentiment matters, and in Poland, nearly 63% of citizens say they understand what the regulation is. Over 66% believe the project will benefit the economy. Nearly 75% see gains for SMEs, and 62% foresee benefits for ordinary citizens. I suspect Slovenian public opinion would align closely because the desire for clear rules and a capable state is universal. The sense is simple. We must make life easier for everyone, workers, entrepreneurs, and officials alike. Good procedure is good for all. Clear rules and digital services shorten queues, cut costs, and cool tempers. A state does not lose authority when it gives people back their time. It gains it. Let me finish with what matters most. We have reclaimed, as citizens, our rightful place in relation to the state, as partners, not petitioners. And that is how we must continue, step by step, statute by statute, with respect for institutions and determination in removing barriers. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to our Slovenian host for the invitation. I believe that together, in Poland, in Slovenia, and across our region, we can really build the regulatory conditions for growth that will strengthen our economies and their security, drive innovation, and bring people everyday relief. Let us deregulate wisely, build our strength, grow, and prosper together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Broška from Impost Company. Aisha, that was a quite powerful opening, but now I invite two speakers. Martina Dalić, President of Podravka. Hello and welcome to the stage. And Dr. Jure Knis, co-founder and president of Devesoft. Welcome.
We'll just wave, Jure. So welcome on the stage. I'm really, really happy that when hearing about how mindset shift is important, we have here two great examples of business people who not talk about the shift, but are doing it. And I'm certain that with entrepreneurs like you, definitely what we heard is super important, and that is vision and business, and that is passion and discipline, and simplicity and predictability of our environment is already there. So first I'll invite you, all of you, to do a sort of game of associations. So when I say, please also you think about it, when I say entrepreneurship, Martina, what would be your first association? Idea? Jure?
Entrepreneurship, way of life.
Okay. When I say Europe, the first association are stars. Stars, great, Jure.
I can't hear it myself, but I think of a really, really old lady.
Okay, and when I joined entrepreneurship and Europe together, Martina, what that would be?
A problem.
A problem, okay. Jure? Okay. So we know that many times we think too much about the issues, and then you entrepreneurs bring the challenges and you bring the solving of that. Jure, you started your company, one of the most respected European deep tech companies, from Trbovlje, from the Slovenian Valley, from Tri Krasne, which Slovenians will understand. If you would put that in AI, you think that is in the three great ones, but actually Tri Krasne is in the end of the world. But what you actually are doing in Trbovlje and how you change the society, you're really making Trbovlje one of the cores and the hubs of the deep tech. And maybe how the spark came and how did you lead that to become one of the greatest companies in Europe?
Yes, actually when we started our business, if we would be focused only on our local region, then we would have 3 employees. So at the beginning we needed to go out in the world, and then we learned a lot. We learned what works, we learned what doesn't work well, and we have seen that the most important thing is the environment. And if the environment is welcoming, the people will come, and if it's not, they will leave. And this is actually the spark which I believe changed our region from the most underdeveloped region in Slovenia to at least to have a future. And these strange, odd creatures, animals called entrepreneurs are not only welcome in our region, they are heroes. They are in the environment which is helping, where they can discuss, and I think this really changed our environment. And last year we built one of the last factories which were possible to rebuild from the old Yugoslavian times. And just last week we were discussing that we need to put in some walls to accommodate all the new ideas. So basically we are full, and we need to think about the new steps. So always evolving.
And whomever did not hear about the book that Jure wrote, Acrobats, this is something that we can, when I think about entrepreneurs, I now think about acrobats, so thank you for that. Martina, when you came to Koprivnica, you did not come to a company that didn't have tradition, didn't have already many processes there, and you had to do a spark of transformation, of modernization. Do you think that was harder, and how you as a person actually demanded the changes and how you achieved them?
Well, I think it is important to underline I'm not an entrepreneur, I'm manager. I mean, Podravka, Group of Podravka is listed on Zagreb Stock Exchange, and it is a traditional industry, something completely different than the example we heard about. But I would say, if I have to say anything, that personally as a manager, I have few goals of my own, which are not related to the financial indicators and corporate structures. And basically, these goals are something that is driving me toward achievement of transformation, financial, structural, organizational of the company. And in order to understand such a structure of personal motivation, it is important to know, although some people in the room know, that there are two things everybody should know about Podgorica to understand the transformation. Podgorica is a very big company in a very small town. Koprivnica is a small town even for Croatian circumstances, 17,000 working people, of which 4,500 is employed in Podgorica and Belupo, which is the heart of Podgorica Group. And as such, company is or has been for a very long period of time under a strong influence of local community, local structures, local values, and local views on the business of the company. And the second important thing is that the major shareholder in Podgorica's ownership structure is Croatian government. So it is majority owned by Croatian pension funds, but state has an important stake of 25%. These two things, I think, held company for a relatively long period of time at the level which was, I think, below the potential of the company. Here in the room is one of my predecessors, Mr. Zvonko Mršić, who was the president of management board between 2012 and 2016, so probably he also has an opinion about what I'm actually talking about. So my goal in such an environment was and is to show actually that the company in Croatian institutional ownership can be as successful as company led by a physical person or by a foreign investor, and that we can do everything that other companies are doing to be competitive, to beat the competition, to be agile in this fight across markets, and that we can change ourselves and our company in a way to achieve higher level of competitiveness, higher level of success, not only for the company and shareholders, but also for all stakeholders in the company, because I strongly believe company cannot be successful if all stakeholders do not participate in that success. They need to participate.
Martina, definitely, as you said, you're a manager, but what I'm hearing, definitely with entrepreneurial mindset. Jure, now when DVSoft is so successful and it's really in the world perceived as one of the greatest companies in the deep tech, and you have great partners, everything seems really easy. But then again, being welcoming to the entrepreneurs and having all that, it started somewhere. Do you think that you as entrepreneurs should not wait that everything is done as it should be, because we know there are many things we would like to be changed, but you can start the story without that? Because also maybe, when we talk about all the values, without capital, it would be really hard to then do anything. So how would you say, because I really don't want to hear all the time, in Europe you cannot do anything. Though it's an old lady, I hope it's still an attractive one. So how do you see you know, how you entrepreneurs can change and are changing the world without everything is as it should be. How we can do it?
No, I think that's not the point. Entrepreneurs' mindset is to try, to look at the opportunities and take the opportunities which are there. So our market segment allows that you have, let's say, the environment which is not optimal due to the added value. But we, on the other hand, we lost a lot of opportunities which moved away because of this. You know, so I think it's not correct to move the responsibility. Oh, entrepreneurs will handle that. We will not. You know, we can do things up to a certain extent, and then our limits are reached. You know, and you can see that by the fact that a lot of young people are moving out, a lot of companies, they change the location. I believe if I look at the Balkan region, at least from the outside, I believe that the Croatia, Serbia, other countries are doing much more aggressive steps into making the environment better. If I look at the taxes and other things, we see that in our day's life, when somebody wants to join from abroad and they look at the landscape and they see, oh, I would rather go to Serbia, for example, to live there. It's nice and I get more money for what the company is paying for. And these are simple things where I believe that we should make a change. And Europe is becoming bureaucratic. I can't imagine the companies starting the business today with all the ESG regulations and all these things. I think we need those changes that we will still have at least a chance on the global scale.
Maybe, Martina, if we come to you, you also tried the other side, the government side, and it's maybe wrong to say us and them, because at the end of the day we are all one if we want to do the change. But when you were in the government, how did you watch on the side of entrepreneurs that probably demanded some changes, and do we do it in the right way? Should we change the way how we demand? Because sometimes it feels that we are bumping with our heads to the wall and nothing changes, even it goes downwards.
Look, I'm old-fashioned, and I still believe that it is the goal and the only goal of the public service to serve. And to serve the citizens and to serve the businesses. Because businesses, citizens, workforce create value added. And out of that value added, public service is financed. So that's still the structure of the world in my head. And I see that such a structure is not very popular these days, or majority of people do not see the structure and the division of roles in such a way. Therefore, we discussed a lot, and a lot of people talked about regulation. I really believe that regulation is here to enable, not to prevent or ban the business activity. So, in order to reach smarter regulation, in order to reach better business environment, there is no other way but to recognize what is impediment. The problem which is not defined, which is not recognized, cannot be solved. I mean, we can try a series of trial and errors, but if we are not ready to recognize what prevents us, what prevents our businesses, what prevents our economies to be stronger and grow stronger and be more innovative and be more agile, then we cannot solve such a problem. unfortunately, I have to say that I really see a lot of activities and a lot of social processes which are somehow directed to maintain the existing situation and to actually avoid recognizing who is who and who is doing what in the society. I strongly also believe in balance, which means that new industries, new technologies, new innovative projects are perfect and excellent, but also somebody needs to plant the tomatoes. Therefore, we cannot, or at least in my opinion, we should basically improve the balance of different priorities across the society, because it is impossible to build strong upper part of the building if the foundations are not strong enough. And I think Europe still has an important problems with the strength of foundations.
Maybe why do you think that there is this regulation all over? We want to prevent any risk which in the entrepreneurial mindset kind of doesn't exist. We want to have bulletproof everything from the scratch, but this doesn't come when we talk startups and scale-ups, even close to how you can build the company. Why do you think we are like that, and what would you kind of say how to change that?
My opinion is that every time you see those regulations which are overwhelming, it comes because of the fear. We fear. We were, for hundreds of years, we were leaders, and now this is slowly fading away, and we fear what the future will bring. And I believe with this mindset, we will only accelerate this process. We should not be afraid of the future. We should control our future. At the moment, we don't control the top technologies of the future in e-mobility, in energy, in many, many different aspects. So what are we afraid of? In my opinion, we are losing anyway. So let's be more aggressive to try to win, So I believe this deregulation is absolutely necessary. The first step, I was very impressed about the speech we heard. I think these are the right initiatives. Let's not be afraid of the future. Let's just take the future and own it.
So let's be bold, and you are doing it in that way as attracting talents. Maybe if you can give us one spark how you do it, because you really nailed it. You really have great people.
Yeah, today is really an important day. You know what day is it?
1st of September, first day.
It's the first day of school, right? And there are lots of kids which are coming to the school for the first day in their life, and they have glow in their eyes, right? And then when they go to the next grades, this glow is declining. Yes. Why is that? We should educate the winners. We should give them the glow in their eyes. And what we are doing with robotics, with the math school, with everything what we are doing in Catapult, in the city of acrobats, we are giving them the idea of the future. In the secondary school, they already start their businesses, and they are doing the first project. They get a feeling of what the real life is, and they have a chance to talk to everybody in our environment, have the access to the machines and technology and experiences. And I think this is the right way of going forward.
And this is the glow that we want to see in the entrepreneurs. So you're a great job you're doing, really. Driving here, I heard on radio that a moderator called his son and he said, "Hey, this is your first day of the school. So are you happy? And the little guy said, no. And he said, oh, you will feel that 60 years from now. But what do you do, Martina? Not that your people who are coming, who are in the traditional company, that you manage to transform, to be competitive, to be different, and which is an important part of your society, your city, your country, that they come with the glow and that they see, even for traditional industry, that their talent can be used?
Well, I think it is really important that people enjoy their work and the results of their work. So therefore, I'm somehow trying to send a message to the company that we made the decision, we choose the path, the trajectory along which we wanted to move forward, and that along that path we have our small victories. Okay, we have also some failures, but we should enjoy in our small victories. We should somehow be pleased that certain successes are achieved, and that somehow the way and the idea I'm trying to communicate to the others, and the idea along which I'm trying to lead people, and I'm trying to participate in all these events, and I'm personally extremely happy when we together manage to achieve something that we decided for ourselves, because this is the way how at least I'm trying to change the corporate culture and mentality. Because in the core of all these issues is, of course, the mentality, the attitudes, the way how people perceive their job, their role, their importance. And somehow I would like to build the corporate culture which praises success, in which people thrive and in which people want to play in the Championships League, not in the regional one.
Great. The last question, actually, I'll pass to you because curiosity is something that is really important. So, Jure, one question that you can ask Martina, and then vice versa. A quick one. What are you curious about, Martina, and vice versa?
Oh, okay. So, I'm really interested in that. I see that Croatia is really moving forward really fast, reducing the tax rates, and it seems like you have a really great chance. How do you see that? Is it true, or is it just an impression? Many startups are generated, unicorns.
Guys, that Croatia is rapidly reducing the tax burden. That's your impression. We would like to have faster reduction in tax burden. We would like to have a better communication and dialogue, I think, about real impediments of growth in Croatia. And I personally believe, and I think a number of people in this room share that view, that during last 10 years, let's say, the economic situation, standard of living, the situation in the society improved significantly. But at least I think that we could move faster, that we could achieve more. And the way how I'm trying to lead Podravka and how I'm trying to transform the company, of course, with the help of a number of my colleagues, and I believe how Gordon is trying to transform Končar is actually our small contribution to that idea and to that ambition.
So the grass is not more greener, Jure. Martina, the question for you, a quick one, because we don't want to stand in front of the lunch.
I would like actually to ask about the people. Asya mentioned that you have a great people, a great team, and actually I would like to ask you about your experience. To what extent and how are you managing to attract good people to come to a relatively small town, and basically how do you handle the human resource challenge, the challenge with good human capital in a small country like Slovenia? It's not an easy task, I assume.
Yes, the country is already small, and our town is really, really small with 16,000 people and 60,000 people in the three valleys. So it's a challenge, and the answer is simple, one by one. So I'm joking a little bit, but I think everything is really about the environment you create. You know, we have the model of co-owning the company, that the employees can buy shares. We are now starting the model of micro-enterprises that everybody can have a small company within a bigger group. And also with Catapult, we are giving our resources and knowledge to the young people. So there are a certain percent of people in every population which are the future. And, you know, I always like to say that the Socrates said, oh, what will the future bring with this youth? But the world is still turning, and I believe what we see is that it will still turn. You know, it is there are young people who still have the glow in their eyes and want to change the world, and this is where our future lies. And there is always few percent of the people who can, you know, no matter what you do, they can't be changed. But the issue is the big mass in between. I think for those, the systems needs to be operational and needs to be rewarding and welcoming, that the population as a whole can be successful.
Thank you so much for giving us food for thought, also giving us glow and spark. Just one thing, Slovenia is not small, it's right-sized. Thank you so much.
It was so inspiring and joyful. Thank you very much, dear Martina Delic, dear Jure Knez, and of course, Aisha Vodnik. So we just heard the founder's perspective, ambitious, joy, brightness, discipline, leadership, the winning combination. The next step, dear guests, is about building the platform that can identifying, supporting and connecting 500 of the most promising companies from Central, Eastern and Southeast Europe and helping them scale globally. This is the strategic launch of the Future 500 platform. I invite moderator Jörn Fleck, director of the Atlantic Council Europe Center, and his guests, Professor Mislav Ante Omazic, president in IEDC Bled, and Professor Igor Rudan from University of Oxford. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Well, it's great to be up here. It's not just the first day of school for children in Slovenia. It's also the first day of school for the Future 500 Forum. And we want to, in this rapid-fire session, try and figure out how we keep alive, to Jura's point, the spark, the excitement, the curiosity of everyone involved in this initiative. And from the Atlantic Council Europe Center perspective, we're delighted to be partnering with the IEDC Bled School of Management in launching the Future 500 Forum. This will be the official launch session to see really how we build a pan-European platform and forum to identify, empower, and promote the most promising entrepreneurs and companies from Europe, and especially Southeastern Europe, how we connect them with top-tier investors, with strategic partners, and with opportunities for mentorship, executive training, capacity building, and how we take a bottom-up approach, really, to the challenges that so many of the conversations today have already highlighted, how we combine that with, at the Atlantic Council, with our own Southeastern Europe United for Success initiative, and really shift mindsets, the ecosystem for entrepreneurs and innovation, and the policy context in the region and in Europe over time. I think it's been really exciting to see this great full room, to see the energy, the fact that we were able to attract so many great speakers at short notice, and the feedback I've already been hearing in between sessions, that to see that we really struck the right nerve here. So we want to use this short session to help us explore the practical ways of taking this forward, and I'm delighted to be joined by two great panelists. We'll start with, in the room, Igor Rudan, visiting professor at Oxford University and professor and director for global health at the University of Edinburgh in the UK, and someone who's made and is known for his great contributions to global health economics. So Igor, let me pose the first question to you. How, as we develop the Future 500 forum and programming, how can we better or best align with existing initiatives and strategies on innovation, research, competitiveness to amplify the reach and really make an impact? And maybe as a part two question, if I can already weave that in, how can educational and research institutions connect with that effort?
Thank you, everyone, for inviting me here. So I'm very happy to share a few of my perspectives. So when you work in global health and development, you're constantly focused on what works, what's working, what's helping. 25 years of my life, I've just been traveling around the world all the time and watching what's been working, but not just for the poor people, but also for the welfare countries. And in America, something what Varoufakis might call techno-feudalism, but certainly what's worked for them in the last at least 15 years or more is this enormous capital that is willing to take enormous risks and then really push of those who succeed against the government to reduce taxes, to reduce regulation. That's their way. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's worked for them in the last 15 years, surely. On the other hand, you have China, and I've been to China many, many times. What's working for them is they have this centralized decision-making and everything's top-down, which is helping them to an extent. On the other hand, they are now really embracing robotization, and they can produce everything for much lesser price than anyone else in the world. They have massive number of people, phenomenally industrial country, but also turning to renewables very, very quickly and efficiently. And let's not forget, they also had one-child policy since 1979. So anyone in China who's younger than 47 now is a single child, didn't have any brotherly love, didn't have to share resources with anyone. All efforts from parents went into them, and they're a new generation of people who are going to take over China, and they're going to be very difficult to compete with. So that's America and China, and I'm actually happy to be hearing China within almost each session here, because before it would just be EU and US. Now it's China is very much in the picture, and it should be. But then also what I haven't heard is Africa. I haven't heard Brazil. I haven't heard South Africa or Indonesia or India, of course. So all of these countries are now having something else that we don't have. They're having demography in their favor. When you go to those countries, everyone's younger than 40 really, and enthusiastic and eager. And they don't feel entitled to good life at all. In fact, they're feeling angry towards us Europeans for the situation they're in. And they're trying to make their lives better very hard. So there's a lot of energy and enthusiasm in those countries now. So for investors, they're very attractive at the moment. Africa, if you went to Africa recently, some of their urban areas would really, if not shock, but very much surprised that they look more developed than parts of Europe now. So, within all this context, when you think of Europe, we have everything the opposite of that, unfortunately. So, should we be worried? I think we should be very, very concerned. And one of the reasons for this is because in global development, if you know how regions become world's problems, people think it's because they become chaotic, war-torn, or, But actually, that's not the case. Africa has grown economically for the last 200 years, but it didn't grow as fast as others. So if you're thinking, okay, we're growing 1% and somebody else is growing 3%, that doesn't seem like a much difference, but run it 20, 30 years, and this is exponential growth, and you will see what an enormous difference that's going to be, because this is an exponential function. So you see, already in the last 15 years, we fell behind the United States economically far more than I would have thought we would. So what can Europe realistically do? It's not like it hasn't tried. Horizon program, which you kindly mentioned, has been a success. It's tried to overcome this problem of Europe, of devolved leadership and subdivision and further subdivision. So it created a common environment for science, and all the indicators are showing that it helped. Europe has remained competitive in terms of science. But what I'm not sure about, and so are the others, is all this enormous investment in science and technology, has it transferred well into European companies? Because if it hasn't, then we have a serious problem. And this is now where the problem comes to academic institutions. The leaders of European academic institutions at the moment are really torn, because in America, 50 years ago, it was all about, are you publishing super paper? 25 years ago, it was, are you bringing a lot of grants? But now it's, are you setting up a startup, which university would have like 10 or 15 or 20% stake. And, European academics are, still honoring the traditions of Greek philosophers, I think. They would like to be paid to think and create, but not necessarily to worry about the company formation. So that is the bottleneck. We need to do something here to overcome this bottleneck, to make these 500 companies directly accessible to universities far more than they are now.
Sounds a little bit like the problem with some of my think tank colleagues. So anyway, we'll come back to that. I want to turn to Mislav Ante Omadzic, who is joining us virtually because he's battling the flu, but has agreed to still join us on screen, and I'm delighted to have you with us as the president of the management board of the IADC Bled School of Management and professor for strategic management at the University of Zagreb. And as someone focused on organizational strategy and scale-up trajectories, my question to you, Mislav, is, as we build out the group of the Future 500 companies, what criteria do you think should guide us in selecting these companies with a particular focus on their growth potential? So over to you.
Thank you, Jorn, and warm regards to everyone in the hall. I'm sorry that I couldn't join in person, but it is as it is. Before I start answering to a question, I would like to reflect on your previous question regarding educational institutions and their role in the modern society. I couldn't agree more with Professor Rudan, because we must act less as a self-sufficient ivory towers and more like launch pads for our brightest and most potent ones. And in that sense, I believe that throughout the whole session from the morning, we could perceive that matter of approach. I'm constantly saying to my students one saying from Henry Ford, and he said, whether you think you can do it or you think you can't do it, you're always right. So people that think that they can do it, they are doing it. And people that think that they can't do it, they are finding 10,000 different reasons why they can't do it. So as educational institutions, we should constantly ask ourselves the question, how are we fulfilling our mission? How that spark that Jura was talking about at the first grade goes away by faculty. And we should ask ourselves also the questions why only 4 countries count for almost 2/3 of all unicorns coming from Central and Eastern and South Central Europe, and why about 20% of regions unicorns come from the country that has population of around 1.3 million, and that is Estonia. So I think that business schools and universities should play a constructive role and succeed in that sense. And then, only then, education becomes renewable source for entrepreneurial energy. And talk about criteria, it's really hard to pinpoint just one criteria. We've been extracting longitudinal studies from different journals on scale-ups, and we came up to 14 different variables. And I think each and every one of them is really important. People before me mentioned mindset, some of them mentioned culture, and that is true that Peter Drucker said that culture eats strategy for the breakfast, but it's also important to say that it eats organization for lunch, and by dinner it's hungry. And I think that one of the biggest problem of Europe it's identity, because identity is a part of the culture. And we Europeans don't perceive ourselves as Europeans, because if you speak with Americans, first think about their identity, they would say that they're American, also Chinese. And when you speak to the Europeans, then Europe comes at the 5th or 6th place. And I think that we should start in the kindergarten, maybe by teaching our kids maybe 2 other languages than their mother tongue, and developing them as European citizens. Because I think that's the biggest problem Europe is facing. Not that we have scattered regulation, scattered markets, but also we have scattered identity.
Thank you so much, Mislav. Unfortunately, we only have time for a lightning round. So really 1-minute answers to both of you, the same question. What other than what you already mentioned would you give us on your way, on our way, as we develop the Future 500 to really make sure this is a success with this focus on entrepreneurs, scale-up companies, and the potential to grow and innovate?
I'll just briefly mention what we're working on at Oxford at the moment. So clearly, at least Europe still has top universities in the world, and at Oxford we're trying to see, in addition to all the quantitative indicators from finance and economics that are helping you predict the future of the company, can we also tap into something else? And we just launched a science called ideometrics. So we are trying to develop a new science and a method that can capture people's perceptions of the future of the company, and based on thinking of a company as simply an idea which can be generated, and then it can be evaluated, and then it can be prioritized. So some ideas fly, some ideas don't, and we are going to try to do this, to use this as a complementary approach to all the finance indicators, to see whether we can actually get better understanding of what's going to work just by asking people, crowdsourcing their opinions on ideas rather than just looking at the numbers.
Thank you. And Mislav, from your experience in strategic management and at the Bled School, what else can help us make this a success?
Yeah, I read on our LinkedIn page a couple of days ago that future is not built by a few, it's shaped by the many. So that's why I'm thrilled to have full room today. Special thanks to all participants and supporters at this early stage regarding 500 initiative. So the Future 500 initiative aims to bridge this gap by developing a transparent, data-driven, policy-relevant methodology. And we measure growth not only in financial terms, but also in resilience, leadership, growth, innovation, and globalization. And as I said, at the moment we have 40 variables, and the methodology should offer a reproducible data-driven framework that can be used by policymakers, investors, and business support platforms to prioritize support and the risk investment. To make it stronger, we signed 2 memorandum of understanding with top consulting companies, namely Deloitte and EY, to use their Fast 50 and Entrepreneur of the Year list, so that we can make our more robust and more relevant. So I would like to invite everyone to contribute. Our white papers, both Professor Rudin and ours, are going to be open by the end of the week at our webpage, because I genuinely believe that nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And I also believe that this bringing so many different stakeholders to the one whole proves that our idea time has come.
Thank you so much, Igor Mislav, and a huge thank you to our audience. And we very much hope that all of you will continue to join us and to stay engaged with us as we build out the Future 500 Forum with our partners at IEDC Bled School of Management. And back to you, Petra, and then I know Stepan as our great partner. And thank you again to you and your team.
And thank you both. And of course, Mr. Omazic online. Please allow me to thank to all our sponsors who support this event. I have those here, just a moment. The first of all, thank you to Boskvar, Erste Hrvaška, Sparkasse Slovenija, NLB, PBZ Privredna banka, Zagreb, Telemach, Zavarovalnica Triglav in našim partnerjem and to our partners, Ministry of the Economy, Tourism and Sport, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, Impact Hub Ljubljana, Inštitut za strateške rešitve, Spirit and tovarna podjemov Podjetij. Thank you to all. Now we are reaching the close of today's launch. We began with the question, how can Europe accelerate the rise of its next global champions? We heard a lot of points of view, but to bring today's forum to conclusion, please welcome the founder of Future 500, Mr. Stepan Orešković, on the stage. The word is yours.
It was really, I think, very nice sunny morning at Bled, and we said so many times it won't be another conference, it won't be another speech, and personally I really believe, and I will be the most frustrated person in the world if this ends up as another conference. And our idea or objective was to bring in the same room everyone you need as a company to grow globally. And I'm looking now around the room and I see these people. When we were preparing this, I was thinking like there are probably 6 or 7 elements or tools that company needs to become big, globally big. Many, but probably 6 or 7. Like, for example, no one thinks about design. How beautiful you are, how beautiful your brand looks like. Is your Apple the one that you will be remembered and recognized immediately forever? So there is a guy here who branded our Boskar Invest, and he's really among the best in the world. And so we'll offer that also. We'll help you look attractive and beautiful. But also try to see how we can support you with linking to financial institutions and sources. We have here 5 really important financial institutions, banks from the region, top people. And when you talk with the leaders from this financial institute, you see they really understand and they are desperate to finance a difference. They are not only the guys that are looking for a balance sheet at the end and pay dividends. Some do. Then we have investment funds. We have international financial institutions here. Everyone you would ideally need to succeed. But what I think we need most is to defreeze. We are kind of frozen by our feeling that we lost, that they are better. We are just crying and complaining and maybe producing documents that are alibis for the idea that we can win. So this
what we are doing here is everything against that. Just imagine 500 guys like Jurek Knez, like Mark Pleško, like Ralf Broška in the same room. Like Nordeo's colleague Branko, and so on. So imagine that energy in one room, supported with all this we mentioned before. And so, let's defreeze. Let's stop being afraid. And try to think, only 15 years ago, Europe, compared to US, was almost on the equal footing. So ask yourself, what happened in only 15 years that they outperformed us? And not because of crying because now we are, but because what we can do in the next 15 years to change the thing. So I think it's possible. It's really always about people, bringing people together. The definition of evolutionary difference of humankind compared to all other species is only our capacity to work together. And our peril to be out-destroyed is also incapacity to work together. So this is an effort of trying to work together. And because we are all here Europeans, more or less few Americans, to compensate for that, because this is also a transatlantic project, let me quote one American poet, and then I will let you guess who is the author. The line, it is wrong. The curse, it is cast. The slow one now will later be fast. At the present now will later be past. The order is rapidly fading. And the first now will later be last, because the times are changing. So let's do the change.
Thank you, Mr. Stjepan Orešković. Yes, we can work together and we can feel each other. That is the special thing for our well-being and our better future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of the very first step of this our journey. Future 500 is Europe's wake-up call. Our goal is to unlock hidden champions from Krakow to Ljubljana, etc. Now we continue in a different format with networking and meeting with all, also to media on the beautiful IDC Bled School, Business School terrace. So we invite you all to lunch. Thank you to being here, and thank you for being so special guests of ours. I wish you all the best. Goodbye.